Hello. How's it going? Happy. I don't want to cause feedback there. Um, I always seems like a mad scramble at the end. Hello, Torn, and oop, not me. Hi, Wily Sight. Um, so yeah. Good evening. Yeah, I may or may not have two Seestars working today. I had them both working at one point earlier. So we'll see. I still need to get the that third party control software working, the one by Kai of Seestar, or Kai with a Seestar, because I still run into issues if I try to run both of them on the same network, and the app just generally gets confused. So it's kind of frustrating at times. So what I did is I set up, because this still is kind of pushing it as far as the uh it, like, the sky is kind of not dark enough for it to really kind of do a good alignment. And so I actually did it. I started it while the sun was still up, and the one that is kind of the last time I think I used the one that was out west facing out the window, and I actually put the solar filter on and aligned it with the sun and tracked that, and that worked. That worked fine. It was able to track, and the one I normally have in the backyard had a separate problem. Um, well, I didn't have the sun, but I was able to align it on the moon. Supposedly the skies were supposed to be clear, but let me show you the clear we have right now. So this is the one Seestar. This is the iPad app on my laptop, connecting to the one that's kind of east facing. But we've got some scattered clouds here, and it was supposed to be 100% clear. So I don't know why. It's kind of frustrating, actually, because this happens. I don't know if it's our proximity to the coast, and we're getting like some marine layer kind of thing going on. Because like you can see the this is the camera that's in the east facing camera that's getting the kind of the moon. Right now it's seeing clear, but you can see there's a lot of clouds kind of going through. Yeah, yeah, it's a lot of clouds. But what's frustrating is, like I say, it was according to Astrospheric, it was saying like 1% cloud cover. That doesn't look like 1% cloud cover, but this has happened more than once. And so I just wonder if it's because of our proximity to the coast. And I was having a problem with the west facing one as well, because the just as I kind of got it almost pointed at the sun, um, it wasn't able to point at the sun directly. So I kind of was trying to do a manual adjustment and then say, okay, the sun's there now, and then it'll track. But just then a very slow moving cloud went right in front of the sun. But eventually it moved, and I was able to get that one tracking. Um, uh, I'm jealous. This started imaging my fourth panel of my Markarian chain mosaic. That's awesome. That is fantastic. I I'm having challenges here, but we're gonna start. We're gonna try anyway. I have been kind of watching this live moon view for the last hour or so, and there have been times where it would be clear for a bit. Um, so with the 10-second exposures, hopefully that'll work out. Now I don't know the state of the other one that's facing west. Like what you're seeing on screen is the east or up facing one, and the cloud, the sky cam is also kind of pointing straight up. So I don't know what it looks like to the west. Unfortunately, I need another sky cam at some point. This is a project for another day. I have the pieces here. I have the camera, but I just need to wire it up and get it going, and then figure out where I'm going to put it. Anyway, so the nice thing is we've got a moon. And earlier I was able to get some good photos of the sun in between the clouds, but yeah, so what I have a list of things. I'm going to build an all sky cam permanently mounted on my roof. That's awesome. What kind of hardware are you going to use for that? Mine are all based on Raspberry Pis, and yeah, they're based on Raspberry Pis, and I'm using just the Raspberry Pi camera. I'm not using like some people end up using the like a ZWO camera. The oh, nice. The Swan Nebula. That's awesome. Where are you located generally? Mr. Clock does stuff. But yeah, this is the software I've been using for my all sky camera. But it's kind of, the cameras, it basically will support Raspberry Pi cameras and ZWO cameras. So I just ended up using the Midwest. Cool. Yeah, that's cool. Got the Swan Nebula. Where is that? Let's see if I can bring this up without causing issues. Of course, it, for some reason, Stellarium refuses to go on the right monitor. So this is unfortunately going to be all messed up, I think. Oops. Swan. Cool. Yeah, it's where I am. The Swan Nebula is a little too low. So I must be a little, well, yeah. It's at least a little too low right now. Oh, that's cool. M17. Oh, right. That was actually on my list tonight, was to look at M17. Cool. Yeah. So regarding the all sky camera, yeah, that seems to be like one of the better ones. I mean, it's got some neat features, like the thing I like about this one, besides the fact that it does the time lapses, it'll do like the kind of the star trail, and it like these kiograms. These that's pretty cool, and the star trails. That explains it. Yeah, where I am, it's still way too low. The Swan Nebula. Yeah, it's similar here. It's just barely up, but it was on my list of things to take photos of later tonight. So what was I gonna? I was heading towards my list of targets, and the problem is some of the initial targets were west facing, and I'm not sure. Oh, Good night, Mr. Clock Does Stuff. Thanks for dropping in. It's unfortunately it gets dark so late here. Yeah, I can't start the stream any later, but I appreciate dropping by for a bit. Thanks. So what else? Oh yeah, so the targets. Now the question is, can I actually let me switch back to showing the okay, we still can see the moon. At some point, this is going to go behind a building. Of course. So we'll see when that happens. But if it kind of disappears for a bit, that's one of the reasons why I'm kind of taking a look at it right now. Markarian chain until Sagittarius and Cygnus are high enough. Yeah, I think that might be what I'm kind of going to do. What was I going to do? I'm going to start with, I need to start with the kind of overhead east camera view. And I think I can do, I know it's kind of like I keep doing it, but I'm trying to get more data. So I think M13, yeah, I'm gonna, let's see what else there is. I know I keep doing M13 like every day or every time I get a chance. But with the light with the moon, granted it's only a quarter moon, but I think, actually, what about Whirlpool? No, that's due north. Darn it. Yeah, it's too bad. I need to be able to mount my telescope on top of my house. Then I wouldn't have all these issues with, because yeah, with other buildings blocking me. No, that's way too low. I'll just start with M13, and then I'll see if I can connect to the other Seestar from my phone. I had it connected earlier. If I can't, I might actually get up and try to manually connect it from more close to the from closer to the closer to the telescope. One thing, back to the all sky camera. One thing I really kind of like about this particular. Oh man, look at all those clouds. It's not going to be able to find M13 unless we're just really lucky. I don't get it. Like, why are there so many clouds when it was supposed to be like cloud free? It's really annoying. Oh, is this even the live view? Let me refresh this page. No, it is. That was cached. Okay, well that's good. So actually it is clear. So it should be able to see M13. Well, that's a relief. At least we'll be able to get one thing going. So yeah, one thing that I really like about this all sky camera is it's very customizable. Like you can see I have, this was a component I got 3 years ago or something, a little thermal sensor. It's very low resolution, but it's still kind of cool because you can see clouds. I mean, granted, you could see the clouds with visible light, but it does pick up some kind of haze where you're kind of not sure if it's haze, but it'll show up on the thermal camera. And there's some other sensors, like you can make it into almost like a weather station, which I may do eventually. And I put the dew shield on it because I'm trying to reduce the amount of stray light hitting the lens. And another thing about this all sky camera, this is not the default settings. I have it changed where it updates more frequently, even in night mode, because otherwise it updates like once a minute. So I have it updating like every, like more frequently than that. Every 15 seconds. So yeah. Although the thermal thing confusingly only runs once a minute. Now, sometimes it'll try to get to M13, and if it doesn't move and it just keeps saying identifying, it's actually in the field of view. It's just it just hasn't identified it or something. So if this fails again, I may stop it. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, temperature, humidity, and barometric pressure sensor. That's really cool. Yeah, I've been meaning to do a video. I keep saying that about kind of building, like I'm going to build that other all sky camera and put out a video, but it's just, there's been other stuff going on. Yeah, I might go ahead and stop this and just see if there's actually anything here. Yep. See, the cluster is there. Like you can tell it's right there. It's very frustrating. Because for some reason it says like it's identifying it, but it's actually there. So yeah, I was just looking at the star images to see if I want to even try autofocusing it. Dare I? So it's 1517. I'm going to go ahead and try an autofocus. It is pretty handy having the all sky camera. Because like, yeah, I was watching it, kind of the clouds come along and earlier and I was able to tell that like it wasn't just a few clouds, there were quite a few. Now the focus shifted a little bit, but not terribly. Power over Ethernet because the chimney's immediately above where the internet router is. That would be ideal. I mean, for version 1, I'm probably not going to run power over Ethernet. Like this is just connecting over Wi-Fi. But I have power over Ethernet. Or I have the ability I have one port of power over Ethernet, and I would probably add a stronger one to be able to do it. And it's good because it's like DC voltage and one cable to run, one cable to seal. So let me go ahead and start shooting this, just because I'm trying to accumulate more data on M13. And I know I always get M13, but so we'll see. It's doing the horizontal calibration. We'll see if it actually succeeds. Because the problem is a lot of times the points it goes to, or if the target isn't high enough in the sky, the points it goes to might be obstructed. So we'll see what this comes up with. Meanwhile, I'm going to check on my phone to see if it's still connected. One hole in the roof, exactly. Yeah, for me it'll probably be out a wall, but same idea, just one hole to seal. Yes. Sorry, I'm like trying to figure out if I can see. I'm looking up something on Stellarium. Sorry. I'm radio silent here, but I'm actually trying to look something up um, for the other camera. So I was able to. I am connected on the to the other Seestar. Um, you can see it actually is connected. So I might actually be able to get two going. But what I'm there was a specific target I was looking for. I'm not sure if it's too low. It's very frustrating because sometimes Stellarium ends up kind of acting up. But it'll be worth it, hopefully, if it works. If this works. Why isn't this working? Oh, very frustrating. Let me see. Let me look at this other target. The other thing is there were a few targets. Oh, there it is. I was looking at a couple of different things tonight, and I actually was debating looking at the at 13p Olbers, but the problem is it's too low right now already. So, oh well. I also looked up supernovas, and unfortunately, they were either too close to the moon or they were too low. So no supernovas tonight. So high torn and yes, it does the kilograms. The problem is to do some of the processing, you have to let it run all night. And because mine's not sealed right now, I only put it out there when I'm observing. And so I don't have, but if you go kind of look at images, I've got some partial kilograms, so you can see. This was from that all night that marathon observing session from back in from last week, and yeah. So see, this one only that wasn't as long of a night on the 6th, but the 7th was that really long night, and so it actually was able to generate the kilogram. So yeah, it does it. But like I say, you have to. One thing, I think I mentioned this last time. Mine sometimes has thermal throttling issues, and I need to work on that. But that's probably something you're going to run into to Wiley's site in Dallas. Yeah, I've actually thought about doing active cooling of it to help with that. Not just fans, but like maybe even a Peltier kind of thermoelectric cooler. So perhaps, okay. Will this one work? NGC 2600. I'm going to try something on the eastern facing camera. So we'll see if this works. $26. That's pushing it, but I'm going to try it. So this is another one of those things where there's a target in the same frame as NGC 2600. NGC 2600 is not the actual thing I'm going for. Yeah, so supposedly this is 26 degrees above the horizon, so we'll see if it even works. I'm trying to change this so it'll to force it onto this screen, because if Stellarium starts on my laptop screen and then I drag it over to the other monitor, the resolution's all messed up, which is weird. There we go. So NGC 2600. Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Perfect. Perfect. So, it was able to acquire the target. So let's go ahead and start recording. I've already done some data on this one. It's kind of slow. Unfortunately, this is the same issue I had last time, I think. Is that actually visible? Well, we'll try it. So one thing I ran into, or it's connected, this phone is connected to the Seestar Wi-Fi, which is through a couple of walls. So unfortunately, I tried setting it up in station mode again. It worked for a bit and then it failed, so I kind of yanked it because slow is better than not working. Yeah, as far as the heat management. Well, if I figure anything out, I'll let you know what I end up doing. I've got a few ideas on it. But unfortunately, you have the same problem other people in the US have, but especially here in Texas, the sun's rather high in the sky and the ambient temperature is very hot. So you have the sun kind of on an object that's already warm from the kind of the air temperature. So this is, it wasn't able, neither one of the telescopes was able to do the horizontal calibration, but after it fails, it just continues on and tries to do the imaging. So we'll see how this goes. But yeah, I have quite a few targets planned, so we'll see. Although hopefully, yeah, I'm also debating doing another one tomorrow night, just because it's supposed to be clear tomorrow evening. So, but actually now it looks like it's clear, at least to the straight up camera is clear, which is good. And the M13 is very slowly stacking. Because one thing I noticed is it was kind of windy. It's kind of windy today too, so that's probably not helping that camera. It's probably shaking a bit from the wind. I'm just seeing if this if the west-facing camera is actually acquiring anything, because I'm trying to see if it's doing that kind of drifting where it kind of starts. It seems like it's imaging, but it kind of drifts. Let me switch over here. Um, yeah, it's always not super reassuring. But what it has acquired doesn't look. It doesn't look like there's clouds, so that's good. Yeah, unfortunately, the clouds here lasted past sundown. Oh, yeah, and we had there were times today where it was pretty overcast and it was supposed to be sunny all day here. So I don't know. I think it might just be me. Uh-oh, that image suddenly got dark. Either a cloud went in front of it or it is now close to a building. But that's okay. If that's the case, I have another target to go to. So I'm going to just wait a little bit and I'll look at my list because there were a few other targets to the west since I've kind of unlocked this on what was it achievement unlocked. I'm able to like look to the west now. Let's see. Let me look this up. NGC, another NGC to the west. Yeah, that's just too bad. And the other thing I'm going to have an issue with is some of the things to the west are going to have problems with the moon. I know already. Yeah, that one's not much higher. I don't think that one will work. So what else can we do? Let me see. I have a list. Some of them are things from last time, and so some of these are some are new that I didn't get to. That's that. And see, I have this other issue. I never came up with the ability to kind of push it, hang the telescope out the window. So I'm still running into that issue as well. I wonder if I can actually start getting Markarian's chain. Maybe I can't. How was Markarian's chain even with the moon Wiley site? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I may go ahead and try it anyway because this isn't able to get anything right now for some reason. It's trying, but it is not working. So I am gonna go look at. Why do I always do that? Actually, it's not technically, or it's in the vicinity of Markarian's chain, M90. So let's, or I guess it's in the same kind of vicinity. So we're going to try that. And then this other one I want to try is a little higher in the sky, but we'll try this later. M63. I want to try that. So yeah, I mean that's the amazing thing about. I mean, I mean, back in my day, if I look back at when I first started, kind of, I mean, non-digital astrophotography, but even digital astrophotography a few years ago didn't. The tools weren't nearly as good as they are now for kind of fixing these severe gradients, where you can actually get really great, pretty good results, even with bad light pollution and moon. Yeah, so it's identifying. So let's see if this actually is able to lock in. But yeah, the software and then like the filters these days. Um, I mean, light pollution filters like in the Seestar or like the narrowband filters. Some of the results people get with those are just really spectacular. I'm yeah, I'm debating. I think my next camera is going to be a higher resolution, probably one shot color with um like a dual band narrow band filter. Okay. So it doesn't seem to be moving. So let's see if this target is actually visible, or if it's the problem I ran into last time where it's being certain things that are too high, too low, and there's building in the way, too high, and the window's in the way. Because this is literally that camera, that telescope that's like pointing out the window, which is another reason why I don't have a sky camera for that, just because I don't know where I would put it. Although what would be handy is not necessarily an all sky camera, but like kind of a uh, uh, wider field camera that's kind of like a finder scope, a finder camera, kind of mounted to the top of the Seestar, so which would help with alignment, but it could also double as like a weather camera, so I could kind of see the vicinity around what I'm pointing at. So I've got the west camera here and the east camera here. And east camera on M13 is still coming along, so that's good. But this is where the weak signal to that other Seestar is frustrating. The one that's on screen, it's taking forever to come up on screen. And the problem is, even if I have it in station mode, there's so many walls between here and there. It's I almost, because that's kind of a dead spot in the house anyway. I've thought about putting kind of another access point or repeater over there, which would help with this and with some other issues we have with um, uh, laptops and other devices. If they're on that side of the house, they tend to have a weaker Wi-Fi signal on a good day. Oops, let me have a sip. Yeah, at some point I've yeah, I don't know. I had thought about tandem mounting the Seestars where they're both on a single tripod, and then I could collect data from either two different things or from the same thing but twice as fast. Um, or do mosaics, like they could be working together on a mosaic. Um, but I kind of like this where I have one kind of pointing one direction and the other pointing the other direction. Um, Especially given the bad coverage I have, kind of looking straight up. Oh, let me go back to M13. Well, the good news is it looks like it's still like it actually cleared. So maybe this evening I was kind of concerned the way things were looking earlier that it would end up being cloudy all night, and I'd have to like um, stop the stream. Yeah, that's I have my Frankenstein mosaic up in Photoshop with a layer that's cool. That's a good idea. Yeah, where you have a lower layer that's like a solid color, and so it's clear that that yeah, that what's missing. Yeah, I follow his channel. He's actually to blame for me getting a Seestar because I saw his video last summer and and I ended up pre-ordering. I ended up pre-ordering one, and then I ended up pre-ordering another one from a different place. I actually ended up pre-ordering three of them, um, but the first two shipped like almost at the same time, so I wasn't able to cancel either one, and I was like, oh well. But then there was enough of a lag before the third one that I'm like, this is ridiculous. I need to cancel the third one because I don't need three of the same telescope. It would have been funny. That would have been different. Just have them all lined up. Um, but yeah, I watch his stuff. Not every time. Sometimes just because of lack of time. Um, so it looks like there's something on the screen with this on this M90. So I'm gonna go ahead and try exposing it. Try starting the photo. So we'll see if it gets anything. What else? Yeah, so at least M13's going. Yeah, it's funny. The that I don't know how to Quiv the lazy geek. I I think I was looking at kind of he's in Tokyo, and I was looking at kind of light pollution. And I'm not sure. Mine might be as bad or worse. Um, I don't know. It the other Seestar disconnected from the app, which is very frustrating. But I may have to get up here in a moment and check it. Very frustrating. Anyway, yeah. So supposedly it found M90, I think, and I'm just trying to start it taking photos. So maybe I can get something from the other telescope because I've been able to get 10 minutes of data from M13, which isn't a ton because that's been running for half an hour or more, which isn't ideal, but we're dealing with challenging situations here, conditions here as always. Plus the moon on top of it all isn't helping, I'm sure. So, yeah. Very, very frustrating. Yeah, and if you're watching this and you haven't liked it, feel free to like it because that might help other people get notified about this and join the party. Yeah, the double Newtonian. Oh, so yeah, the double Newtonian. I'll get to your other message in a sec. The double Newtonian is yeah, I think I mentioned it last time. That's one of the reasons why I want that one strain wave. That one strain wave by Skywatcher, not Skywalker. That's Star Wars. Skywatcher, and because you can mount two telescopes on it, and I did want it. The first use I wanted for it was so I could do H alpha and white light solar observing because I have a refractor that's not a Seestar, and I have a solar telescope, and so I like the idea of being able to, image both, like look at the sun in both ways at the same time with a single mount. But I have actually thought of, because of the two Seestars and how, I was saying just earlier that I've thought about running them against the same target. And I have, it was a pain because I had to do it manually, which is why I need to get that script running. But I have pointed it at the same target, and I forget what I was doing. I don't know if it was the Rosette Nebula or some other nebula, or maybe it was when I was doing those supernova photos of that one galaxy. Since I had had such challenging weather conditions, and because straight up I only have like a narrow window, I actually was running both of them at the same time at the same target, so I could accumulate data twice as fast. And so I've thought that something like two Newtonians would be handy. And I kind of have a soft spot for Newtonians, because my first telescopes I had when I was many years ago, when I was a teenager, they were Newtonian telescopes. And so I like Newtonian telescopes. And so I found that video. I don't know if I watched the whole video. I think I watched part of it. I found that very compelling, just to be able to accumulate data faster. Or if I decided to do something like narrowband, or mono cameras, I could do two different filters effectively at the same time. Because like you could get a bigger scope, and then you can accumulate data faster per filter, but then the price gets a lot more expensive a lot quicker. And so, and then you have to scale up your mount maybe more. So, Cyril 1.22 had an issue with the Seestar script. So the fix was to remove the degree symbol from the save line. Oh, yeah. So if you, Cyril, I just happen to have the script. Of course, I just have it sitting here in an editor. So the fix is to remove this degree Unicode character. I think I'll just go ahead and remove it, just like that. That's interesting. So there you go. If you're using the Seestar Cyril script, and you've updated to Cyril 1.22, remove that character, and it'll fix your problems. It'll fix everything. Okay, maybe not everything, but yeah. And thanks for liking and sharing. Hey, every little bit helps. And yeah, that's useful information. Yeah, unfortunately this other one keeps disconnecting, so I may have to get up and kind of force the connection. Yeah, because it ended up reconnecting to a different network, of course. Let me manually force it to the Seestar. Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder why. Like if they ended up doing extra Unicode validation on it or something like weird like that. Oh, that's a drag. So you could stack it, it would save it, but then you couldn't load it back in. Oh, that's almost. And plus some of those characters, I mean, depending on which operating system you have, like it might not be completely obvious why it's not able to read it. So I wonder if they're going to come out with a 1.22.1 or a 1.23 quickly. Oh, did you see if that has the new drizzle code in it, because I had seen that in the repo, and I wasn't sure if it would be in this release or if it was like going to be a major release. See, it's not. I'm going to have to get up at some point to try to see to try to manually connect to get my phone closer to that other Seestar so I can. Oh, that's weird. My hand gets. So I can connect to that other Seestar and see what's going on with that. Because it's so yeah, like since we're talking about this, let's look up Cyril. I hadn't actually looked at it today, so yeah, released today. Oh, it's 1.2.2. Sorry, yeah, okay. Release notes. So it has remove background is fixed color fixed. Yeah, so this just seems to be bug fixes. Although a bug was introduced. I hate it when that happens. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. So 1.4 is the one that's going to have the so 1.4 is coming. It should be approaching a stabilization phase soon. Oh, interesting. A lot of cares, but so maybe they've changed the workflow. Interesting. Yeah, it looks like 1.2.2 just has bug fixes, but they actually are mentioning 1.4, so that is good. That is good. I may have to go. I'm tempted to download the code. Maybe I'll do that over the weekend and try to build it. Oh man, that's not what I wanted to do. It was like, I think it's on GitLab. No, yeah, it's on GitLab, not GitHub. GitHub's like an old copy. Yeah, so it's like C++, I think. Yeah. CMake, Mason. Yeah, maybe if I'm feeling if I end up with too much time on my hands over this weekend, I might try to build it. Yeah, because this is where I was reading the change release, the release notes for 1.4. So it has some changes with plotting, improved new PSF, ROI for Git script repository integration. I bet that's like right now you have to download the script, put it in a directory. I wonder if this will let you just kind of point it at a repo. That would be handy. Especially for a lot of people. And well, it depends on how it works or how it would be set up. But I could see it being handy if they pointed at like the official script repo, because then if it kind of synchronizes, that would be handy. I'm speculating. I don't know. But yeah, it was somewhere in here where I saw the drizzle functions. There's a lot. Like if you look at all the added stuff, I mean, some of them are smaller things, but some of them are bigger features. So that'll be interesting. Is there a way to block firmware updates on Seestar? I think if you don't update the app, it won't force you to update the firmware. Also, I don't know if even if you updated the app, if there's no internet connection, like I don't know if that'll work where it can't download. Like if you run the app against the Seestar and it can't download the firmware, I don't know if it'll go ahead and do the right thing. Because that's if you're trying to avoid getting into an issue, that's always been kind of a concern of mine. Okay, yeah, the only way is to not update the app. Yeah, and I luckily I always have mine set to not auto update. Although I don't have that set on my my laptop, but I have that set on my phone, and so I need to. I think it's in night mode. Sorry, I think my laptop is going into night shift mode. Oh yeah, yeah. Let me shut that off. There might be a yellowish cast. That was not intentional. That's not the Cyril website. That was the computer that I was using. Anyway, yeah, so this 1.4 looks like a cool release. And they said they're working on getting it stabilized so they can start doing a beta. So that'll be that that sounds interesting. See, tomorrow's allegedly, like it's saying some clouds tomorrow afternoon, but then after a certain time it looks good. And the seeing will be supposedly above average, so I might do something tomorrow. I don't know if I can't do Sunday. So, and here we have like a tropical not a tropical storm, but like a tropical there's something in the southern Gulf of Mexico, so we're probably going to be getting a lot of rain here earlier in the week. So it'll be a good time for me to process some of the images that I haven't processed. Let me see if I can connect. And if I can't, I'm gonna get up and check the other telescope because it should. It's not showing up. Dang it. Well, I'm gonna get up and I will be right back. I hate getting up during a stream. Yeah, what happened in South Florida was there like a lot of flooding? I mean, the one good thing about Houston, oh, 2 feet of rain. I don't know if it'll be that much. I mean, it could be 10, I know, inches, 10 inches of rain or something. 2 feet's a lot. We of course have the dubious, we set some records 5 years ago. No, 7 years ago, with Hurricane Harvey. Like at my, there's a rain gauge, an official rain gauge near my house. And over the span of like under a week, we got just over 3 feet of rain. Yeah, 3 feet, over 36 inches of rain. And there were parts of and that was pretty consistent across much of the metro area. And we got, there were some areas east of Houston that there was one rain gauge that I think they recorded 60 inches of rain, 5 feet of rain. Now the one good thing, like I don't know what area of South Florida you got hit, but the good thing about here, even though it's very flat, and it can rain a lot, the water will drain eventually because we're like Houston's like 100 feet above sea level, or parts of Houston are 100 feet above sea level. So it's not like we're right at sea level. It seems like we are, but we aren't. We're far enough inland that we're up a bit. So the water can drain into the Gulf, but Harvey was an extreme case because it was just so widespread, the rain. Let me get up and check this because it's not even showing up as a Wi-Fi access point on my phone. So that's always uh, that's always not a good sign. I'll be back. I didn't come back until I was sure that it was working. So yeah, it was it didn't show up. Like I stood right next to it, and then it I was able to connect to it, and it wasn't. I hadn't started imaging. Let me sit in the chair. I was it wasn't even imaging, um and it was so I went in and said, okay, go point at M90 again. It wasn't even pointing at M90. It like was slightly off, and so it recentered. Was able to identify it like in 3 seconds. It didn't get into like that identification loop, and then I went and I actually recentered it where I have M90 and M89 supposedly. But of course, now that I've come back in here, the signal's weak again. Let me do the trying to find a signal. It's funny. It reminds me of if you with the old analog TVs, with the rabbit ears, kind of got to hold it just in the right position to get a signal. It's like the same thing. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Wow, 20 inches of rain. But that's like that can't be good. Like they can't they've got to be pretty low. I mean, like sea level wise. Yeah, they're not at sea level, but 13 feet. That's not. And who knows, maybe that's the high point of West Palm Beach. That's pretty low. Yeah. Yikes. 20 inches of rain. That's rough. I mean, we know here we've had more than one incident where where we'll get. So Harvey like set all kinds of records, but the previous record we had was tropical storm, um, and I think it was that the one? It had the dubious distinction of being one of the few tropical storms that had the name retired because it was it people it there was loss of life um because of the flooding. There was so much flooding, but Houston got like 20 inches of rain, I think, from that. And I remember I was in an apartment, and anyway, this has nothing to do with astronomy, but it was interesting. I looked out the window, and the street the street was covered with water. There was water onto the sidewalk, and I guess so much water had fallen so quickly that one of the manhole covers had blown out of the sidewalk, and water was shooting like several feet in the air out of it, like the storm sewers were like like so much water had gone in so quickly that it was like erupting out in some areas. It was kind of crazy. That was crazy. Okay, so this is not off to a good start. I started the imaging, went to the other room, started imaging it, came back, and it looked like it was doing the trailing thing, and then it disconnected. Yeah, Tropical Storm Allison. Yeah, Allison was terrible. That was Houston's record-setting rainfall, and it stood for that was in 2001 or 2, I think. 2001, I think. And it wasn't until yeah, it was 2001. And yeah. Yeah, 23 years ago. Yep. Yep. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. No. But yeah, it was like that was the record-setting one until 2017 when we had Harvey, which just totally crushed that record. It was not a record you want to beat. That was definitely, I was here for both. Not great. um, yeah, the thing about Harvey and Allison, Hurricane Harvey and Tropical Storm Allison, they both were similar where it was like the heaviest rains you typically would that most Americans I'm sure have ever seen. But it was going like on and off for like days. Um like like it would be a heavy downpour for like an hour or two, and then it would kind of let up, not even it would, but it was still raining. It basically was like raining for days. And then like the fourth or fifth day was just even worse. Like it didn't seem it could have been any worse. And it was just it ended up yeah, it was so things were already kind of saturated from a few days of rains, and then like this big deluge happened on like the last day. Harvey was kind of just steady. It was, but that was another one where it just kind of rained a lot for days. Yeah, I mean, um, yeah, people, yeah, a lot of houses were flooded during that time. I remember, well, nobody knows who I'm talking about, but a coworker at the time, her mom was stuck on an overpass for like a day until they were able to rescue her, because like the rest of the freeway like was underwater, and so there were these cars on the overpass just waiting to be rescued. And I think all she had in her car was like a packet of saltines, and so like that was literally all she had eaten for like over a day, because they had so many rescues. The one, things are bad when you're at your house in the city, and you see Coast Guard helicopters going overhead, and they have the doors open, and they have people sitting kind of in the door looking for stranded people to rescue, to do water rescues in the city. Coast Guard. Yeah, that's not a not a good sign. And then Harvey was just next level. It was so it was very post-apocalyptic. Um, it was kind of crazy. Uh, like yeah. Anyway, this is frustrating. Like the Wi-Fi is it got disconnected again, and I'm not able to see it from here. So that is so frustrating. Like it was working and it worked last time. So I don't know why it would have changed. But I can't even see the wireless for the other Seestar. I can see the wireless for the Seestar that's in the backyard. Well, that's good. At least this one's up to half an hour of almost half an hour of data. I think I'm gonna go to another target after. See, this is bugging me. I'm gonna get up again and check. If I can't get this to work, I might have to just maybe I'll switch it to station mode when I'm over there. Maybe I'll do that, because at least if it can talk to the access point's in this room, and it might have a better. It might have, yeah. I'll be right back. Yeah, I definitely need a Wi-Fi repeater. So the good thing is I was able to it had started imaging, and it was able to um it had started imaging, and it was able to sorry, I'm plugging it back in. There we go. It had started imaging it, and yeah, it was working. I got it connected to the and set it up in station mode, connected to a different access point, and so it's yeah, we've got a lot of things going on here. But you aren't joking about the gradients. It's gradients are pretty severe. Like like look at that. The lights Yeah, pretty bad gradients here. But at least it's getting some data. So that's something. That's not nothing. So on the other one, we've got 27 minutes of data for M13. I think it's been running for probably close to an hour. So I'm going to go try some other target. So let's do that. Let us do that. What am I looking for? Yeah. So let's see. I have gotten. I've got M13. Let's look at some of these other targets in. Oh, good. That one's going along, so that's encouraging. So let me switch back to the computer and let us bring up Stellarium and let's see what we're going to look at. Oh, it's underneath there. Okay. So let me look at things that might be visible on to the east. That's too low. I think I might end up having to do a few globular clusters until some things get a little higher. Although, wait, when was... Let's look at this. That might be a little low. Let's see. Just looking for... Okay, there's the meridian. We're looking at M13. M92 would be a candidate. Let's see. I think M10 I had on my list. I mean, maybe, let me see. I'm going to look up things. M17, that's pretty low. Yeah, that's really low. M80 I had on my list. M80. That is also kind of low. Although maybe I'll try M80. Let's try M80. M19. Let's see. I like the suggestions. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, it's right in the same area. So let me look. Yeah, let me try that one. Let me try that one. So we will do M19. I don't know if I got M19 before. So let's try. Again, hopefully it's not obstructed. I think I need to mount things to my roof. That is low, but we'll see. Because I can get things a little lower in certain directions. Okay. Gotta have have the simulcast of the yeah. I was I need to I have on my list to get like an actual, or not an actual, get a another camera, and I thought about adding it to my Sky camera, but um I think I'm going to have a different camera that'll just be kind of looking at the telescope itself. Oops. Um okay. Well, hopefully I can hopefully it's not obstructed. It's the main drag is so many things are obstructed here. Or like what was it last week where I thought it might be okay, but then it was like there was a tree. It was partly obstructing it. Like it was able to lock onto part of it, but it's like no, there was a tree. Meanwhile, M90 is up to 12 minutes, which is good. And I kind of reframed it so it's not just M90, it also has M89 in the frame, so that's good. For those times when I have to get up to check on one of the telescopes, I really need to have like a be right back message screen. But yeah. Let me check. Yeah. Yeah, trees are nice to look at, but kind of a drag for when you're trying to do astrophotography or any kind of astronomy. Let me go ahead and stop this, and I'm going to go to the live view and see, because unfortunately that's what I end up having to do a lot of times to even tell if it's looking at something. Based, yeah, nope, nope, denied. It's looking at I think a tree. So that's a bummer. But I will add M19 to my list to attempt on some future occasion. All right. I might have to just punt and do. I think I had M10 that I don't know if I'd previously gotten any of M10, but for a lot of these targets, I'm just trying to accumulate more data. Yeah, M10. I also have M9. Where's M9? Oh no, can't do M9. Oh no, it did M90 for some reason. M9. Well, I'll try M9 first. And if that doesn't work, I'll do M10. Looks like they changed that search icon. The iPad app on the laptop on my MacBook does weird things with autocomplete sometimes. Let's see if I could even get to this. But yeah, it's like this search icon I think changed. Maybe not, but it seems different. Well, the good thing is M90 and M89 are up to 14 minutes of data. So that is encouraging. Maybe NGC 5033 will be a little lower. Or M63. Yeah, that might be M63 might be okay for the Western camera. What was the other one I had? NGC 5033. So we're at 63 degrees. Oh, they're right next to each other. So either one of those I can get to, which is good. So I might do, oh, which one's more intrinsically bright? Oh, sunflower. So M63 it is. So the next target for the Western camera is M63. That is next up. And this one, it's an identification loop, which means it's probably also obstructed. So let's see what it has to offer. If this doesn't work, it's M10, which should be a little higher in the sky. Yeah. Oh, wow. That is an interesting artifact there. It is having some problems. Let me see if it refreshes. Yeah, I mean, I think so. The galaxies, I think I would be. I like the galaxies. I like the concept of the galaxies, but I feel like the Seestar doesn't have enough reach to really do justice to some of them. Um, so yeah, like some of these nebulas are. I do. Yeah. Yeah. I totally relate. Yeah, this thing is having issues. So let me go to M10 and see what it thinks of that. M10. We're just going to we're going to do all, and see the auto completed. Want M100? No, I want M10. Yeah, this is much higher. So let's see. Yeah, see, I never bought one, but I've thought about getting like a SET telescope of some kind, maybe a used one, um, like a Celestron 8-inch or something, to try to get more, both like the combination of extra light gathering and much longer focal length to try to get some better shots of some of these galaxies, but not this year. Not on the agenda for this year. What in the world is going on with this one? It's like having problems. Again, it's like I mean, I don't think this is actually like the display. I think it's just having connectivity problems. I'm gonna go ahead and start recording just to see what it makes of that, or what it makes of that, because hopefully it'll actually be able to image things. Meanwhile, we're up to, on the other one, we're up to 16 minutes, almost 17 minutes, but massive gradients. I mean, like, look at those gradients. Wow. I mean, I had low expectations of it because between the moon kind of being that direction to the west, this is the Western camera, and I mean telescope, and just the fact there's skyscrapers west of here, life in an urban area. So the other one is actually going between calibration points. So moving to the third calibration point, which means it has a clear Oh, no, that one's going to fail. I have a very strong feeling that third calibration point is going to fail. Because I see on the all sky camera here, it's pointing a direction where there's a building. I'm pretty sure now. That's really annoying. Yep, horizontal calibration failed. The good thing is the first two succeeded, so, well, it doesn't matter. The whole thing failed because. So if M10 works, then I'll get a little bit of data of that, and maybe some of these other targets will be a bit higher in the sky then. And then this one, the western one, I'm going to wait a few minutes, probably maybe get a couple more minutes of data, and then I will point it to M63, the Sunflower Galaxy. So that will be coming up shortly. So yeah, it is. That's not very reassuring. Like, what is going on with that? Hi, Tom. Yeah, at least, yeah, we do have some clear skies. Although it started off kind of bumpy. It was cloudy here. Or it was supposed to be clear, but there were definitely a lot of clouds for at the very beginning. But it's definitely cleared up, which is good. Now we're just having to deal with light pollution in the moon, which is normal. It's kind of like it's clouds. I mean, light pollution is always there, clouds or moon or both. Okay, this is uh see, I wonder if the app's having an issue. Might have a chance tomorrow night. Hopefully you'll have some clear skies. Cuz it's kind of frustrating when there's things you want to image and the weather's not cooperating. I wonder if this is real or if this is an artifact. And I'm going to try quitting the Seestar app, and I hope it doesn't screw up. I really hope. I almost don't want to do it because I'm a little concerned. I'll do it. See, it's especially the way I've been doing it, where I'm not sitting next to the telescopes. I think I may need to rethink this. Like, what is going on with this? I mean, whatever artifacts you see on YouTube, that's pretty much what I'm seeing. That is so strange. That is very strange and very disconcerting. Because that's what it captured. That is the image it captured. I hope this one doesn't need to get rebooted. Like, I don't think I've ever seen this happen before. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what happened with that. That's not very, it's not great. Well, while I kind of try to mess around with this, I'm going to switch to the other one that's actually working. After having some initial glitches, it's actually working. Yeah. Oh, I was I was like, that's good. So I was going to do something with my laptop, and I was like, I can't do it because it'll cause the stream to drop. But then I was like, so I have to make do without. But then I'm like, wait, I'm actually not streaming from the computer. I'm streaming, like, the video outputs go somewhere else, and then that's what's streaming. So I actually can shut off my Wi-Fi if I need to. So let me go. Let me, and it won't affect this the phone. So let me mess around with this and see what I can do. Um. So. It was really weird because I ended up having to, like, the app wasn't the app on my laptop that was connected to the Seestar that's looking straight up. It wasn't able to. It was having a hard time disconnecting. Like, I went, to try to go back to the home screen, and it was just hanging there. And then it said, like, it had lost its connection to the Seestar. And so I'm like, great. So I quit the app, and now I started it, and it was able to connect. But let's see what the sensor looks like, because that was not ideal. Like, it was pretty badly garbled, and I don't know if that's a real problem or if it's a problem with the telescope, or like if it got in a weird state. I don't think I've ever had that before. I've had, like, glitches with the app, but not where the telescope itself was kind of in a weird state. So it's taking a long time to connect. So let me see what I can do. I'm trying to think of what I have on screen, what would drop. Oh, sorry about that. Actually, none of it might drop. Let me try this. Yeah, because the last time I did this, it ended up um causing an issue with the laptop's connection to the internet. But Google Google announced they're adding USB-C to HDMI out. Oh, nice. Nice. No, that would be good. That would be good. Yeah. So let me see if I can connect directly to the Seestar out back. And then if the app will keep working, or if the app will work. Because that's what I did briefly. I had it doing that briefly. Dang it. Yeah, there's something weird going on here. Yeah, I did a live stream, a live observing stream. I think the first one I ever did, and maybe I did a couple of them. I was actually downstairs, kind of right inside, like right next to the door to the outside where the one telescope was, and that would work in cases like this where I'm having connectivity issues, which I am still having. It's very frustrating. I don't understand. It was fine. And it imaged for like half an hour. And then it stopped. And I can see the telescope on the camera. Like, I can see it. So I know it's there. And I believe it's running. It's just not coming up in the Seestar app on the laptop. And it had been working for the last 2 hours or more since before the streams even started. I'm trying to connect to the Seestar directly from up here. Well, this one might be kind of in a weird state. That's not awesome. And there doesn't appear to be a reboot function. There's just shut it off. And I don't want to shut it off because it's downstairs. But oh well. So let's get back to this. So we've actually, yeah, we're almost up to half an hour. Got M90, M89, and I will be going to the the sunflower galaxy. I thought I was going to go to NGC 5033, but I'm going to do M63, the sunflower galaxy. Maybe I'll let this go till 30 minutes and then I'll switch to that. See, that's another advantage of having more than one Seestar. If one fails, or if I have connectivity issues to one, I'm able to like keep going with the other. We'll see how long this one lasts. It's one thing. There's a couple of things that if we're kind of talking about wish list things about a new Seestar, or things that would be nice that if the Seestar had. It would be nice if there was a hardwired Ethernet connection. I don't know how that would work given the way the thing is set up, but sometimes the whole Bluetooth and then Wi-Fi handover seems a little flaky. And yeah, so I could see it being kind of problematic. Like, how would they actually do that? Actually, I wonder if anybody's ever tried to hook a Ethernet adapter to the USB-C port, because that is data. It would require the computer or the Seestar to actually recognize an Ethernet adapter. Now I'm curious. Let me see. Anyway, so yeah, it would be nice. That would be nice. And it would also be nice if I could somehow turn it on remotely. Like, that would be awesome. Hello. From, you're in Brazil? Anderson Bueno. Hello. Thanks for joining. I wonder if this is very frustrating. I don't know why the other Seestar isn't showing up. But at least the one is working. I'm gonna try. Let me see if I'm connected. See, it's interesting because the station mode is working with the other one, but when I go into the app, it's not pulling it up. I mean, it goes in this kind of previewing mode and it just sits there. So it'd be nice if I could somehow like power cycle the Seestar remotely. I know I'm asking for a lot for the price point. A button pusher. Huh. See, now I'm curious. I mean, that's the thing I always think of. It's like I'm not the first person to have thought of this. Because really what I've wanted to do, the reason I want to do that is to have like one of the Seestars like somewhere else, and then somewhere else with maybe less sky obstructions, but then I can still kind of my own like remote telescope setup. But let me see. Star S50 button pusher. Button layout, button mapping, button not working, button replacement, button setup, button pusher. Let me see. I'm gonna switch to the computer. Oh, oh, it finally, holy moly, that was painful. Well, while I had almost completely given up on this Seestar actually working, it suddenly decided to kind of come back, and I could tell it was looking at like M10 was in the frame because I could see kind of the little fuzzy circle. Uh, so yeah, it finally showed up. Maybe because I was like figuring out how I could remotely push its button to power it. Um, button pusher. Huh. I need to look into that. But I was also looking at this other thing where, what was it? I was looking at, I had looked up, um, button pusher. What else? Oh, I was looking up, to if somebody had done any USB Ethernet on this thing. I mean, part of me would be surprised, but I do kind of want to try it. Not tonight, but that would be cool. Like if you could get Ethernet on it. So let me try. Yeah, yeah, M10's in the field of view. So let me go ahead and start it. And of course, it's going to try to do the horizontal calibration. It's probably going to fail, but um, let's see. Let's see what it comes up with. Maybe it's far enough over and high enough in the sky that it'll actually be able to do all three calibration points. We'll see. Meanwhile, M90 and M89 are almost up to half an hour. I think I'm going to let it get to an even half hour and then move on. Yep, horizontal calibration failed. Not surprised. That's okay. But the good news is that's the sensor is not like wonky again. So I don't know what that was about. Nope. Actually, I could test that out tomorrow pretty easily. I have a USB-C Ethernet adapter. I think it's still in the box. We ended up with an extra one. They're cheap, so I need to try plugging that in and seeing if the Seestar recognizes it, because that would be kind of cool. That would definitely be a unexpected. Seestar connection, recommended charger. Seestar. Yeah, I want to try that out. I definitely want to try that out. Oh, what was it? Oh, I don't want to go over here. Don't want to go over here. Oh. That was weird. Oh, I ended up with. Let me go back to the phone. What in the world did I bring up? Oh, okay, that was fine. Anyway, I ended up switching to a video to a different tab, and then some YouTube videos started automatically playing, which is not what I was trying to do. All right. Well, I'll look into that later. I'll look into that later to see if you can get Ethernet on a Seestar. That would be impressive. Yeah, the button pusher. I want to see that button pusher. Yeah, because I was thinking that. I was thinking exactly that. That like a lot of those embedded computers probably have the controller built in, or at least the drivers. It probably it wouldn't be surprising if they disabled it. See, this is where the jailbroken Seestar would have been handy. Oh, good. So on the other one that I was pointing at M10, even though the display isn't updating, it is accumulating frames. So it's up to 50 seconds of data. So that's progress. So at least that one is working after a sort. And then I say that just as a stacking failure happened. Now this other one, I don't know if I'm it's getting stacking errors too. So I think it's time to move on to M63. So I'm going to stop this one. And M63. Okay. So stop. Yeah, because it doesn't seem to be making progress. But that's okay. I got almost half an hour of data, which is, I mean, it's just kind of bonus. So we are going to go to this, and we're going to go look up M63. Sunflower galaxy. Yeah. That shouldn't be too high in the sky. Because again, I have problems where if it's too high in the sky, I can't image it. Yeah. Yeah, because like the early firmware versions for the Seestar were easy to jailbreak, and so people were, and like they were able to SSH into their Seestar and like add stuff to it. But then the kind of the mechanism got patched, so I don't know that it's possible. Who knows? I haven't looked into it. The hardware hackers we're looking at. Okay, so I think M63, I think it shows up. It's kind of sluggish. So I'm going to go ahead and try imaging it. Of course, it's going to do horizontal calibration. We'll see if that fails. Oh boy. Meanwhile, M10 supposedly has 1.5 minutes of data, and it still hasn't updated the preview. So that's great. So I'm kind of flying blind on that one. But meanwhile, Second calibration point. Third calibration point. Will it succeed this time? It is higher in the sky, so... And there's no clouds, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think there's clouds. So we'll see. Oh! It didn't say horizontal calibration failed. Shocker. Yeah, so that's encouraging. The horizontal calibration did not fail this time. So it is now going back to M63, and hopefully, because I mean, I had seen that on that that one video from Kai, the Seestar Kai, that that if you did the horizontal calibration, it can be, even if it's out of level, it doesn't matter, or it doesn't matter as much. So it's claiming it's getting data. I don't see this again. The display is slow to update. I need to see the problem is like I've been working from home for a long time, like well over 10 years, and kind of as time went on, I kind of kept tweaking the Wi-Fi in the house, so it got, like, to try to get rid of dead spots, and as Wi-Fi got better, Wi-Fi 5 and then 6, I'd been working on that, and but these telescopes are kind of at the edge of, well, like one's in the backyard and the other's kind of like at the very front window, and those were areas that I never really tried to get signal, or I never really tested the signal there. And so it's definitely pushing the boundaries here. So this is good. This finally updated, and I can see the sunflower galaxy. It's just a fuzzy little dot there, but it's encouraging. That means I should be able to get some data. Meanwhile, the other one actually updated. So M10 finally updated on screen. And because for a while it was just showing me kind of the live preview, not the processed stacked version, the live stacked version. But it finally updated. So, oh, look at this over here. I think it was a plane going through the frame of view for the all sky camera. That's another reason why I want to have the kind of more live view, video view, because then you can really see all the planes we get through here, and helicopters. Because not only are we near kind of a medical center, we also, like, there's a freeway nearby, so we get like traffic helicopters. So yeah, both telescopes are actually showing me live, stacking views of things. So we'll see how long that lasts. Yeah. But hey, progress. God, you know what I need to do? Let me see if I can, let me do this live. Let me see if I can do this live. I'm going to try redoing. I've been meaning to do this. So let me bring up this software. So I have these different kind of scenes. So you've got this kind of scene with my desktop and me, and I just happen to have the sky camera up. But then I have another view of all sky. There, actually, this is the one I should probably have up more often. Because then I don't need to have the all sky camera, and then I don't need to be huge on the screen. So that is a good one. But let me switch to that. I'll switch to that. And then I can bring up Stellarium. Great. Okay. Now what I need to do, or what I've wanted to do, and I might as well do it live while we're waiting, is take this scene and what do I want to do with it? I want to make a copy of this scene. And then I have this scene, but this one is, no, this still isn't what I want. I want a variation of this scene. Sorry for doing this. So I am going to duplicate this and call this all sky computer phone. Let's see if this works. Let's see if this works. Stacking is failing, so that's okay. Okay, so hopefully, okay. Okay, so this is the one I want to edit. So what I want to add is I want to add in my phone, so we can look at both telescopes. So that one's on, that one's off, that one's off. I mean, that one's on. Wait, on. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Anyway, sorry. So box 2 is off. Box 3 is on. Box 4. Okay, so let me go box 2. Let me change this to input 3, which is my phone. Yeah, there we go. You can't see what I see, but I. Oh. Let's see. Okay, so I've got that, and I can. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. This is what I've been meaning to do for a while. There we go. Look at that. So, and I can, so I've got my phone, and then I can make it a little smaller and maybe crop the top and bottom a little bit. And then make it a little smaller. I'm just doing this on air because I haven't had a chance to do this otherwise, and this lets us get both of the Seestars. Since they're both running, might as well. Oh, okay. So I can move this like this. I can put this here. And maybe I'll just crop the computer view. Is that 3? I'm gonna crop the right. I'm just gonna, I'll just do it like that. So yeah, I'll do that, and then I need to save that. Thank you for your patience. But now I can have, I'll just close this and minimize this. And now we have on screen, we have both Seestars going. Nice. I've been meaning to do this for a while, but yeah, now I finally did. So the one on the oh, well, that's good. Now granted, my setup is overly complicated, but what I just did, if you have enough kind of capture devices, you could do this with like OBS or Ecamm if you have a Mac. Basically, you just create a scene in OBS, and then you kind of have the multiple inputs. So like in my case, I mean, I'm not using OBS, but it's a similar idea. Like the camera that's pointing at me is, you know, one input, and that could be like, it could be your phone or a mirrorless camera, you know, with like a HDMI output, because a lot of them do really good video, even older, except for like my DSLR that's Canon DSLR that was like 15 years old or something. It didn't do like HDMI output wasn't even 1080p. It was like 1280 by 720 or something. But the quality was good. Biggest problem is it didn't do with clean HDMI, so it would have like on-screen stuff. But all the ones that are relatively new should be able to do clean HDMI. So you have that into the computer. You have your phone into the computer. In my case, that like, believe it or not, like that all sky camera. Again, I ended up, one of my other things that I like messing around with is what do you call it? Like little Raspberry Pis and stuff. That all sky camera in the lower right. I mean, granted, it's overly complicated. You could do it in OBS with a separate like you could have a browser overlay where you're like looking at the all sky camera, but of course I have it actually as a separate video input. So the Seestar is a Raspberry Pi. I mean, the all sky camera is a Raspberry Pi, but what's displaying on screen there is actually another Raspberry Pi running a web browser that's pointing at the all sky camera, and then the display on the Raspberry Pi is another video input. Don't ask me. I don't even know why I did that. I guess I had so many Raspberry Pis sitting around. So basically on the screen, I have my computer as an input, which again, if you're doing this with an OBS, like basically you'd only need the camera view, and then the phone input would be 2 inputs. And then the rest could be done in OBS, where you have like your desktop shared, or like one of your monitors shared, or a single app shared into a scene, and then like a little browser overlay that's pointing at your all sky camera. And then like the chat overlays and stuff, like that could all be done in OBS. But yeah, and that's like basically what you're seeing. It would be the same idea, where you're just kind of, you can move around stuff even while it's running. But yeah, so I'm feeling good, both of them. Again, we'll see how long it lasts, but I have 2 Seestars going 2 different directions. Yeah, not to bring up old bad memories, but it was at the beginning. Yeah, I mean, like I guess they had made a lot of the Raspberry Pis, and it was like, you know, in 2020, like many people, you know, you're stuck at home, and I ended up buying like, I had bought a few, but then I think I bought them, a lot of them in 2020. I just bought like, I bought one, and then another one, and then another one. And so yeah, I was thinking when they had a shortage, when the shortage happened, I was like, yeah, I was like, yeah, I'm glad I got all the ones I got, but then yeah, hopefully I wasn't. I mean, yeah, I briefly thought, oh great, maybe I caused the shortage. Yeah, complexity is the hallmark of something developed organically. Yeah, pretty much. That's kind of how it's kind of it. It didn't start this way. It evolved into this setup. But it's handy, because since I'm not actually streaming from my computer, like when I was trying to get the Seestar back online, or the connect to the other Seestar, I was like messing around with the network on my laptop. But since the laptop itself wasn't the thing streaming, I wasn't worried about it like dropping the stream, because like that's happened to me in the past, which is again one of the reasons why I have like the hardwired connection um, for the uh, for the phone. I mean, not the hardwired. Why I'm using HDMI instead of tethering it or plugging it in with USB, because then it ends up tethering and it messes up the network connection on my laptop. So, yeah, but yeah, actually, I could even go. So while I'm editing this, let me move this over, and then I can edit this. Let me make sure I'm on the right one. Okay, I'm on the right one. So I just need to, I'm gonna crop this. Is three? Three is the computer. So basically each one of these kind of things on the screen are numbered in this thing I'm using. So this is 3. So I'm just going to shrink this, and then I'm going to move this over, and then I can actually, if I wanted to, actually I'm not so interested in making my image bigger, but I do want to get that all sky camera a bit bigger. Oh, that's the problem. I was clipped. There we go. Better. Okay, so now I can put this here. It's going to bug me if I don't like center these. Sorry, I'm going through this, but at least you're able to see like the cameras. I mean, the telescope's acquiring data while I'm fiddling around with this. Why is this? Oh, camera 1. Okay, I'm going to reduce the cropping on this. Although strictly speaking, it's not necessary, but at least then they end up, I want it to like somewhat match up. And what's the size of the box 4 is 0.3 and box 1 is 0.3, so they're actually the same. They're not the same size. It lies. Oh, it's because I'm not fully. Okay, now they're the same size. Great. Okay, well, I'll just kind of move these like this, and I am going to stop messing with this and get back to save that. Great. So now I can have. I've been meaning to do this before the live stream, so thank you for your patience. Yeah. I don't know what I'm doing with the Discord. I created a Discord. Like I'll share links, but it's not like member only per se. Like it's just I haven't really leveraged it much, you know. Let me see if I can create a link. I can create a link for those of you who are here. You can on the stream, and then you can join it if you wish. Yeah, let me do something real quick here. Yeah, sorry, let me remove this on screen and go back to Discord. So that's 6.5 minutes, and that's 14 minutes, so we're progressing. Let me zoom in on this. It's kind of fuzzy. but that's M63, the sunflower galaxy. So I have a feeling I'm going to need a lot of data for that one to get a good image. Let me see. Um, okay. Yeah, let me. Yeah, let me change this. Okay. Okay. Okay, so let me see. Yeah, I'm basically kind of looking at yeah. Okay. So I am going to, where do I create the invite? So I've created a few invites over time, and they expire like after 7 days or something by default. And so server settings. I always forget. I do it so infrequently. I create the link so infrequently. Yeah, no, that would be great. And I guess realistically, I don't need to overthink it. What I was thinking is or what I've just been thinking just now is, you know, maybe the Seestar will be Seestar, the Discord server will be kind of open for now, and then, you know, maybe once there's more people, like maybe it'll become member only, and then people who are already on will be grandfathered in. But that's a future thing to think about. Sorry, I'm just checking where. Okay, great. Okay, fine. So I need to create general. Text, voice. No, I'm not going to do any. It'll just be text. And what do you call it? Yep. Okay, thank you. This was where I was the problem is it's like, invite friends, but then I forgot that's where I go. But I have that's where I go, but I pick at the bottom it says or service send a server invite link. So there we go. I knew I would get there eventually. Yeah, so that should be the server. So feel free to join if you're watching this in the next 7 days. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, there's not much there. It's like there's a general channel and a Seestar S50 channel, and there's been I've had like 2 or 3 people on there. I just see, I just 2 people just joined. Funny that. Welcome to the thing. Yeah, see, why is it going to that one? That's so weird. General is really kind of the channel to go to. For some reason, General old is, that's like an old thing. I need to archive that. Um, but yeah. Let's see. Okay. Cool. Cool, cool. Okay. Great. Great, great, great. Yep. Is that, sorry, I'm, I, I have a couple of, two or three, Discord servers, just like for different groups, people, whatever. Hi. Uh, uh, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, the I have a couple of them, and I've spent more time on setting up Discord servers in the past, and I had created this one, and then yeah, I haven't really had a chance to look at it, and doing it on a live stream when you're rusty is not it's a challenge. But yeah, so M63's going and M10 is going, so we're making progress. Let me see what. Oh, hey, and I see a post in. Oh, wow. Yeah, on the Discord. If you're watching this after the fact, um, the that is a really nice photo of M16 that Tom created. I like that. What did you use to process that? Um, always looking for see what people do. And I need to try the latest version of Serial. I think I think this is something I'm going to be doing in the evenings, early next week, because like it's probably going to be raining a lot for like 2 or 3 days. So I think that would be a good time to process all this stuff that I haven't really touched. Um, yeah. So. Um, oh, and the Crescent Nebula. That's nice. Wow. That turned out really well. What portal are you in again, Tom? So you use Cyril and Graxpert. Yeah. No, that looks really good. And I forget what portal, because I don't know like how much data did you get? How long were the exposures for like the Crescent Nebula? Because I don't think I had that many background stars in mine. But I haven't processed. I did processing of one of them, but it was before I had gotten as much data. Yeah, that's really awesome. Yeah, yeah. Now I'm feeling. Maybe I'll do it over the weekend. Maybe I'll do it during the day, because I'm feeling like I need to process some of the stuff I've taken. Okay, so you're so you used Graxpert and Cyril and Portal 5 or 6. Yeah. Yeah. That's that's awesome. See, I don't think I don't I don't know. I need to process mine. Because I feel like I'm yeah, because I did get more data of the crescent, and I might get some more tonight. And the sun will the moon will be just that much lower, so hopefully it'll be better. So the M10 is at 9 minutes. Okay, yeah, I'm kind of curious. So 9 minutes for M10. M63 is still progressing, so that's good. But I have a feeling it's going to take hours to get a decent result for this galaxy, because it's just so diffuse. Yeah. I mean, of course, it doesn't help. It's this the moon's kind of that direction. Let me see. Is this actually making progress? I'm not sure this one's making progress. I wonder if it ended up tracking to a tree. Let me see what else was on the what other targets I had for that direction. So that was M10. And we're doing sunflower. And what else? Wow. NGC was 22 minutes. The Crescent Nebula. I'll have to check mine because I know I got at least that much. I'm pretty sure I got at least that much data, but I need to process it because I don't think mine. I mean, again, it's that when you're Portal 9, everything is just so much more painful. Oops. So let me try. So let me pull up Stellarium, which because of the way I have it cropped, it's kind of funny. Like you can see the edge of Stellarium, but if I resize the window, you won't actually see it. It's on the same monitor, but because I have this cropped, like basically there's something right to the right of this, but you can't see it, which is good. Yeah, and the eagle is bright, and you had and it helps if you have really good seeing. Yeah, I mean, I had that, like we had that in Texas last week, but I still don't think mine would have looked that good in that amount of time. Okay, so I was gonna go look for what was next up on the list. Oops. What is next on the list? It is M. So I did that one. I was going to check to see. Speaking of the eagle, I was going to see where those are in the sky, and M27, which, yeah, funny enough, you just mentioned. Yeah, this is making very slow progress. So I think I'm gonna stop that M10 once I figure out how high M27 is right now. M27 is 40 degrees, but it's due east. That's too low for me. Believe it or not, 40 degrees is too low for me. So that's M16. Oops. M16. Oh, screen is like massively. Now that's more southeast. That might be doable. Wiley site is, but I'm kind of going through a mixture of NGC objects and Messier objects, although I think tonight it's mostly been Messier. There was some stuff I was trying to image early on that I wasn't able to successfully image. That wasn't even that was neither. I was trying to point at NGC 2600 was the first thing I was doing, but it wasn't actually something. It wasn't actually NGC 2600. There was something fainter in the same field that I was going for, but it was too low and the sky's too bright. So I'm going to see if I can do M16. Speaking of M16. It's kind of more southeast, so I might be able to do it. It's kind of low, but it's to the southeast. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Okay, good. It ignored me anyway, so M16. M16. See that autocomplete does all kinds of weird things on this particular one. Let's try on this iPad version that's running on my Mac. It has issues sometimes. What was the other one I was looking at? We've got M16. I hate that. It like the alt tab thing I'm trying to keep on the laptop, not overlaying over there, but it did. So M16. Oh, disconnected. Are you kidding me? Not again. Well, let me, before I do deal with that. So M16 was one of them. What was it? Oh, see, it just spontaneously reconnected. It does that sometimes. It's kind of funny. I mean, talk about overkill, but one of the things I was thinking of doing with, if I did the PoE, power over Ethernet to the All Sky camera, I actually was thinking about, because Raspberry Pis can, since it has a Wi-Fi transmitter, I could make it act as an access point for the Seestar in the backyard. So the Seestar then could go station mode to the Raspberry Pi, and then it would be Ethernet all the way back. So the signal would stay strong the whole time. But I'm like, but that might be what I end up having to do. So M17 is another possibility. So let me see what this is doing. That's interesting. It said no object. So M27 was 40 minutes. That's good. That's cool. Long term did 32 from all Messier objects. Wow. I'm definitely not that far along on the Messier catalog. Definitely not. Do I have visibility for M8? That is a great question. Let me see. Let me see where it is. Because I end up having to like, oh, it's right at the meridian. Eesh. Oh no, that's M80 again with the M8. That's a little lower. See, it's like the Eagle Nebula is up here and M8's down here. I think I tried that. I think I tried the Lagoon Nebula, and I don't think it worked the last time I tried that. Like last week. Wait. Like, did it not even go to M16? Okay. That it got confused. Maybe it was just a connectivity issue. I do like this. I must say, I'm glad I subjected everybody to redoing this scene where I can now see both of them on screen and the cloud camera, all sky camera. I call it a cloud camera, but that's what I use it for. So hopefully, I know I can get a good view of the eagle from where I have the telescope at some point during the night. The question is if that moment is now. We will find out shortly. Hopefully it is. Because I think I did a couple of sessions of it, but I definitely want to get more data from it. Oh, yeah, I ended up imaging. I have more than that, but it was because I started over the winter and I took a lot of photos of like open star clusters and stuff because there were a bunch in the winter, and I imaged several of them. Um, okay, this one is, see, when it's getting in this like identifying loop, that is usually not a great sign. That might be that might mean there's an obstruction. I'm going to stop this and see what the live preview looks like. And hopefully that'll come up quickly, because it's yeah, it's very frustrating, the signal issues. But anyway, yeah. So that let's see, when is let me look at M16 and Stellarium, and oops, let me look. It is, so it transits in 2 hours where I am. It's at 38 degrees. Yeah, see, in an hour it's at 44 degrees. So it might it might be too low, which is kind of annoying. Um, yeah, I mean, the fact that I usually can't see things below like 40 degrees above the horizon is just kind of ridiculous. But oh well, play the hand you've been dealt. NGC. Let me look at some of these others. So we've got NGC. Gotta look at the Crescent Nebula and see what that's looking like elevation wise. Yeah, that's 43 degrees, but it's a different direction, so it might actually be okay. And then M27, I'm pretty sure is too low. Let me check. Because I mean, M27's nice and bright, and I started getting some good signal with that. I don't even know if I need more of M27 because it's so bright. Yeah. Oh no, is that east? Yeah, I think that might be. I don't think that's going to be an option. So I'm going to try, if M16 isn't visible yet, I might go ahead and try NGC 6888 Crescent Nebula. Although, let me see, which direction is this thing? Oops. NGC 6823. How big is that? Oh. Oh. 46 degrees above the horizon. And it's due east, so not quite yet. But that might actually be one of the next things to try. Yeah, that's going to be the next thing I'm going to try, I think, after. Let me see if I can get this to work. Yeah, I mean, it's all working at this moment. Well, kind of, because like the one Seestar, the preview isn't showing up, but it's been it's getting there. Yeah, wait, where is M17? Yeah, so I've run into this too. So you can see here's M16, here's M17. So they're not that far away, and I've found that like if you're kind of like if you adjust the position, sometimes the Seestar will say you're pointing at like not the object you're actually pointing at. Like you can move it. I haven't like really pinned it down, but I've kind of moved it more than a degree, and it still said it was pointing at the old object, even though it wasn't in the field of view. So they're relatively close. Um, Let me see if I can kind of get this thing working again. Actually, it doesn't even say I'm pointed at M16. Yeah, I don't think this is high enough in the sky, so I'm going to go to Crescent Nebula. NGC 6888. There we go. All right. So we'll see if this works. All right. So it is moving to point at the crescent, but it's got to turn quite a bit because it was pointing more towards the southeast, and then it's got to point to the northeast. And you can see the sky camera updated, so that's nice. Wow, there's a lot going on that screen. Anyway, so we'll see if it can recognize the object. Oh, that was pretty quick. That meant it can see it. What I don't get is why the Seestar where it'll be pointing at like a globular cluster and it's like identifying, and it spends 30 seconds identifying it, and then it like keeps trying, and then when I stop it, it's pointing at the globular cluster. I don't know what's going on. It seems to, maybe because I've been doing a lot of globular clusters. 32 Messier objects. See, I don't even know. I was starting to keep track of it like a few months ago, but then I kind of stopped. I've been meaning to kind of go through it, because a lot of times when it's like there'll be some suggestion and I'm like, or somebody will mention some other Messier object, and I don't even remember if I took a photo of it, because it's all kind of like in one big directory. I mean, each folder, but it's like copied into one place. I'll just assume that it's pointing at the right place, and I'll just start imaging. And it's going to try doing the, it might actually succeed in the horizontal calibration. We'll see if it actually succeeds. Hopefully it will. Because the direction it's pointing, it should be able to go a little bit further to the, so we'll see. Yeah, I wouldn't think it's trying to map it, but maybe there's something about it that's confusing it. Or maybe, yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of, for a lot of those, there's not a lot of other stars in the frame, so maybe that's part of the problem. Wow, I'm missing, holy moly. I missed, jeez. I was missing the chat in Discord. I'm like, wow. You guys have taken some really good photos. Like the M51. Oh, that's the ultra stack. That makes sense. 132 hours. Dang. But from multiple Seestars. M27. Wow. I need to, I'll have to look at the chat. I see some other people have joined it, or I saw at least one other person. Yeah, I haven't I haven't been as consistent with it. Oh, I was wrong. Horizontal calibration failed again. Yeah. Yeah, there's something about the globular clusters that it's not happy about. So this is good. Sunflower's up to M63 is up to 35 minutes, so that's still chugging along, so that's good. Yeah, the ultra stack. Yeah, I need to join that Discord. Like I say, if things have been busy, not in a good way recently, but hopefully in the next few weeks things will get better. Because yeah, that's one of the reasons why I haven't been. There's been some videos I've been wanting to make, but I just haven't been able to. Let us see. So it supposedly is working, so we'll see when the screen actually updates on the Crescent Nebula. Now, what do I want for the other telescope, for the other Seestar? What was I going to look at after M63? Let me check. So we got Oops. I keep forgetting to dismiss things. There we go. M63. We are looking at M63 on the Western scope. All's quiet on the Western scope. Wait. M63. Okay. Sorry, I'd already kind of marked it. Oh, this finally showed up, and you can already see, like with 50 seconds, you can see the very faint, the crescent. So that's great. So let me see what I want to move on to with the other one. We have got NGC. Did I try M90? Did I give up on M90? Or did I do M90? Yeah, I'm not going to do it. It's too low, I think. Well, it's not too low, but I'll try some other target. 5033. Or do I want to try, let me see what 5033's elevation is. It is 47 degrees. That's a good candidate. And 4631. 4631 is lower. Maybe I'll start with that one. It's the one I did some imaging of the last time. It was the NGC 4631. It's two galaxies. One's the whale and one's the crowbar. So I'm going to try those. Let me see how close the moon is to that before I point it. Oh, well, the good thing is the moon's lower than it now, so that's good. So let me try that. I'm 37 minutes. I'm going to stop this and try NGC 4631, which is the whale galaxy, also known as the herring galaxy, also known as R281, C32, Caldwell 32, many names, many catalogs, but NGC 4631. Like this, the Seestar doesn't necessarily see. Look at the that search icon there in the upper right, that little objects thing. I think they changed that in a recent release. I swear. Maybe I'm just imagining things. NGC 4631 whale galaxy, and the crowbar is right next to it, which has an interesting little kink in it. Kind of looks like a crowbar. Okay, that's pretty quick. Yeah, use a serial Seestar script to convert and stack, and then green noise, and then Graxpert. Yeah, I think Wiley's site does mention this, or someone mentioned it of, and I think I'm gonna do this. I think I'm gonna do a few images this way, is to use serial to stack, and then convert and stack, and then do use Graxpert for gradient removal, noise reduction, and then back to serial for and then run the Astro Barbecue script on it. And so it's like all automated, and just, I mean, not automated, not completely automated, but a large amount scripted, and just see what the results are for that. I've been meaning to try that out with all these things that I've accumulated. Yeah, and and that's kind of what I was doing, but I want to try doing like using the script for the processing. So it did find it. So let me try to get both galaxies in the field, because this other one, NGC 4656, is the crowbar, and you can see it in the oops, I went wrong window. I go in, yeah, so you can, these are the targets that I'm going for right now, the crowbar and the whale, and as you can see, they're not, I mean, for galaxies, they're not tiny. Like, they're not as big as some of them, but, you know, decent size, and they both fit in the frame, or they should both fit in the frame. So, and supposedly it is in the frame, so we're gonna start this one going, because I've already collected some data of these, and I want to get more. I want to try to get a couple hours of it and just try to process it all. Yeah, color stuff after Graxpert. Yeah, I think so. Like, I've been doing that recently, where well, I don't know if this is what you're talking about, but I've done yeah, like the color calibration should be okay, I think. Like, if you do that after Graxpert, because the color calibration should happen before you stretch it. But so long as you're not stretching in Graxpert, like, there's a way to save out the stretched image, I think. So long as you aren't doing that in Graxpert, the serial's, like, photometric color calibration should be okay. Yeah, I need to try it out. I remember seeing people talking about it like a few weeks or months ago, and I just hadn't had a chance to look at it, like everything else. Oh, not enough stars in the field. Oh, and it's doing the kind of elongated stars thing. Dang it. I'm going to see if it settles down, and if not, I'm going to do the thing where I like, when it starts, where it's not like tracking properly, I kind of move it a little bit in the star atlas and have it replate solve, and then it fixes it. So we'll see if that, yeah, it's not, it just jumped again. So I'm going to stop this. I don't know why it does that. I hope they fix that, because it's definitely a little frustrating when it can't. I'll do this where kind of the center point is midway between those two galaxies, and then maybe that'll get it to reconsider its choices. Oops. Right. Well, I think I've been able to get it to do the photometric color calibration after I cropped it, but it's definitely it fails more often. Um, like there was a setting. What was it? Let me see if I can pull this up. I mean, I haven't. Don't get me wrong. I haven't extensively messed around with this, but of course I need to load an image in here because it's not wanting me to. For some reason, it doesn't want to just like bring up the dialog when there's no image loaded. Funny that. Okay. Let me see if I can find one. A fit file. No, that's a sun fit file. I don't think that will work. Oh man. Darn it. Yeah, I can't. But basically, you go in and you pick, like there's something where you kind of, I forget the option, but it's like you blur and then force plate solve and like in the photometric color calibration, and sometimes it'll go ahead and do it even if it's cropped. I've had to do that a few times when I realized it wouldn't work. But yeah, otherwise yeah, not. Oh, hold on. Always some kind of technical malfunction. Hold on. I'm having to, something ran out of power, which is why my overlays disappeared. Okay. All right. Okay. What is this thing doing? Is it not able to? Well, at least one of the telescopes getting some data. The Crescent Nebula. It's doing the moving thing again. Like the stars are drifting on this for this crowbar one. Maybe what I'll do is I'll just point it at the crowbar and maybe it's just too dim because I don't see a whole lot of stars in that field. Yeah, unfortunately my... Oh, wait. Is this back? Is this alive again? Oh, there we go. Okay, so now I can... Yeah, it's 1:30. It's only 12:30 here, but yeah, it's definitely after midnight. Yeah, thanks for joining, Tom, and have a good evening. Okay, so what is going on here? Oh, did I even start it? I guess I didn't start it. Basically, I re-centered on the crowbar, and I'm trying to get it to take a photo, but you can see it's like there's not many bright stars in that field. Actually, there's no bright stars in that field. It's all pretty dim. Okay. Well, but it's like it got brighter, but the counter in the upper right hand corner that shows how much elapsed time did not go up, which is always a bad sign. Like if it doesn't start updating on the first exposure, that's I found is a very bad sign. So if this doesn't work, I might have to move on because I've already tried now. This is the third attempt at trying to get the whale or crowbar galaxies. So what was the next thing on the agenda? It was 5033. So that might be the next one. I'm going to let it try one more. And if this doesn't work, I'm going to go to NGC 5033, the water bug galaxy. And nope. That is so weird. Maybe it's just the sky, the conditions aren't as good, and the moon's kind of that. It's not that close, but it's not that far either. So let's move on, shall we, to NGC 5033. Water bug. It's not actually that far away, but hopefully it'll have a better result. Meanwhile, the crescent's starting to show up. And once I get to a certain amount of data with a crescent, I might try the eagle again. Because I definitely want to get more of that. M16. It is 41 degrees above the horizon. So before it was like in the 30s. Okay, so let's try the water bug. Now the good thing is there is a bright star in the field of view, so hopefully there'll be enough for it to register and stack. Yeah, that's one thing I wonder if, yeah, okay, it went to 10 seconds. That's one thing I wonder if they'll, if a new Seestar will have a more sensitive camera. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I'm going to let this go for a little bit longer. Let me see. Yeah, I'll let it go for a little bit longer, and then I'm going to try the eagle, because I already, I want to say I feel like I have more data that I already have. Like I feel like I already have over an hour of data of the Crescent Nebula, NGC 6888, but the eagle I don't feel like I have enough. Yeah. Good night, Tom. Good night, Tom. Yeah, the joys of Portal 9. It's yeah, it's bad. That's rough. So you had the bad update. You had the bad update on the iPad. That's rough. And you were somewhere. Oh man. Yeah, that's definitely a major bummer. That is really a bummer. Yeah. Well, yeah, hopefully they'll improve their they'll be a bit better with their QA before they push out a release, because that was a pretty major oops. Yeah. Yeah, that'll be cool. Going camping for the during the new moon. Man, I need. There's so. I mean, granted, it's only been in a minute and a half, but there's so little there right now on that the water bug galaxy. Um, yeah, yeah. It's I unfortunately I haven't been in a dark sky. I haven't been in a dark sky with a sea star at all. Actually, yeah, I haven't. I should have. I've been meaning to, but I haven't yet. I was going to do it. I was tentatively going to do it in May during the new moon, but then that didn't end up happening. So, um, yeah, maybe I'll let the crescent go for another 5 minutes or so. Unless it starts like failing a lot on the stacking, in which case I'll move on to the eagle because I think the eagle's high enough now. Yeah, yeah. Oh wow, Bortle 3. That's awesome. That's so awesome. Yeah. The place I was gonna go is it's a really long drive, but it's like Portal 2, but mostly because I don't know. I could go somewhere darker, not darker than Portal 2, but like Portal probably 3 or 4 or 5. But I don't know. This one particular place. We talked about it last time. Fort Davis. I like going out there for some reason. I just like going out there. Um, it feels like a world away. Probably because it's 600 miles from here. Um, get on I-10, drive 600 miles. Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. Uh, Jack, what kind of Bortle are you like at home? I know it's probably come up, but I forget. Um, but yeah, yeah. If it was only 20 minutes for a Bortle 3 for me, I'd be there all the time. Probably every weekend, every clear weekend. Yeah, because I drive like that's how far I drive. Just visit family within the city because Houston's so sprawled. I mean, just like Dallas. These um is this still getting better? Is the crescent still? Yep. Okay, it went up. Yeah, when it starts kind of having more failures than uh, successes, that's about the time I usually like uh, time to move on to uh, another target. But since it's still going up, um, yeah, it's still going up. So that's good. Let's see. I want to check this. What is um it is yeah. I mean the skies aren't the transparency and seeing supposedly are above average here, but nothing like that one night last week. Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah. Tomorrow, yeah. now it's showing maybe more clouds tomorrow after going towards sunset and twilight. So if that ends up the case, I'm not going to do another live stream tomorrow night. But if it ends up being clear, I might do another one. But we'll see. It'll be about the same time, about 9:30. Yeah. So your normal sky is Portal 5. Yeah, Portal last 4 nights. That's awesome. Portal 2 is 3.5 hour drive. Yeah, I don't know what the closest Portal 2 is to me. Yeah, 3.5 hours. Well, like where I was talking about going, it's basically a 10-hour drive. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Texas. That's I remember talking to some people who were in New York and that I worked with years ago, and I was talking about getting out to Big Bend National Park, and I'm like, yeah, basically from where I live, you drive on I-10, you go 600 miles west, you turn left, you drive another 150 miles, and you're there. It's easy. And then a friend of mine, he pointed out I was flying from Houston to Lubbock, and I was flying Southwest Airlines, and it goes through Dallas, and he's like, "Wait, so you're flying from one point in the state of Texas to another point of the state of Texas on jets, and you're changing planes?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, but I mean, when you put it that way, that does seem kind of ridiculous." That I have to change planes. But I mean, that's the way Southwest is. It's like the flight from here to Dallas. I mean, there were nonstop flights to Lubbock, but like there were fewer of those per day. So the quickest way for me to get there was to go through Dallas. But yeah, it does sound ridiculous when you're flying from one point in your state to another point in your state by jet, and you're having to change planes. Oh well. Okay. So the crescent is still going. So maybe, let me see how high is the eagle at this exact moment? Okay, the eagle is 42 degrees. Oh, that's cool. That's really nice to have dark skies nearby. Yeah. Yeah, for me it's like it's probably an hour or more drive to get to a Portal 5. Yeah. So let me see. Okay, that one's progressing. This one's progressing. So maybe, yeah, it's at 19 minutes to the crescent. So I think I'll stop it at the crescent at that, because I'm eager to get to the Eagle Nebula. I'm hoping it's high enough in the sky. Okay. So go to M16. I'll try that again. Okay. So that is encouraging. Very encouraging. So I'm going to just start this. Okay, of course it's going to try to do the horizontal calibration again, and it's probably going to fail again. Yes, there is a dark sky thing, which I guess I was not aware of until someone mentioned it. And is it the nearby? Yeah. And you can go light pollution. So yeah, if you're in the app, you click nearby, and then there's this LP map. And so, yeah, you scroll out and you get, yeah, light pollution. So yeah, mine, like you have to go to get to the really dark skies from here. It's like on the other side of San Antonio, which is, I mean, San Antonio is 210 miles from here. So to get to these darker skies, you have to go like 250, 300 miles. Okay. 2 hours north. Right. Okay. Let me look that up. Mission. Wait, okay, that's still going. So let me look at. Is this not imaging? Yep, not a problem. And like I say, if I knew about it, I forgot about it, and someone, or it was mentioned on a previous live stream, and so yeah, we all learn together here, which is good, or at least yeah. Okay, let me look at Mission Tejas State Park. Mission Tejas State Park. Have I been there? I might have been there. Oh, yes, I can believe that, because that's that is, I'm gonna drag this on kind of in a weird way, but like, oops, of course it didn't really fully drag on. Eh, let me see. Let me try this. So yeah, yeah, Houston's here. Dallas is up there. And yeah, that's where the state park is. And I can believe that because I've been to Trinity, Texas on Lake Livingston. And that you can see the Milky Way there. You can definitely see the Milky Way there. So I can believe that a few hours, or like even further north of that into the Piney Woods, yeah. But yeah, I can definitely believe that. I should try it. I need to try that out. I need to check that out. The only problem is I wonder how the mosquitoes are out there. Cause like that's like in the Davy Crockett National Forest, and some of those wooded areas they're bad for, probably ticks too. But something I'll have to try it out. I'm behind on Discord. Anyway, well, that's good. The eagle is starting to starting to get some data, although it looks like it's a little, I guess I'll have to, it'll make do. It's a little off center, but, but that's okay, because the area I'm most kind of interested in is this one in the center, where the kind of, the pillars of creation are. So yeah, not a lot of bugs. Yeah, that's the problem with this this area. It's definitely a lot of bugs. The craziest one was I was kind of midway between here. Why did that glitch? I was midway between here and Austin, and it's like the worst experience I've ever had. Stopped at a gas station in this farmland or kind of country area, and midway, maybe an hour from Houston, and it was like this gas station was the only light with probably within a mile or two of there, and there were so many bugs of all kinds. It was like a bug party. Like there were, crickets, and there were it wasn't even mosquitoes. It was like beetles and all kinds of other stuff. And I don't even want to, I don't want to even describe it. It was like I'm staying there pumping gas, and bugs are just running into me from all directions. It was, I'm not normally bothered by bugs, but that was a particularly bad day, bad night. I got the bare minimum of gas and took off because I was the only one at that gas station, and there were so many bugs. They were on, and maybe it's because it was near a farmland kind of area, but there were bugs on the pumps and on the ground, and just flying around in the area in the air. It was anyway, yeah. And I remember, having to use deep woods off for because there were so many mosquitoes. Not there, but in the Houston area. That's just so much. That the water bug galaxy here got probably a plane trail through it. Oh well, that'll hopefully average out, or I can always edit out those frames later. But the eagle's coming along, so that's good. Although, see this dark artifact here? I wonder if that's a tree branch or something, because that's pretty dark. Yeah. Scorpions, tarantulas, and yeah. That's the other thing about West Texas. You definitely get that. Yeah. That was basically what I ran into, but it was much more than crickets. It was so many, but there were so many different, was it at entomologist or whatever would have a field day at that place. There were so many different types of bugs. It wasn't just the number, but the types. Yeah, it's the eagle. It's in the eagle, the pillars of creation. Yeah, Wiley already. But basically it's this area in here. See, you can actually kind of see it. It's like that. It's this area. That's the Hubble version of it is in a different color, but those are the kind of the finger kind of pillars right there. Yeah. So you got it. If you kind of process it where you get the contrast, you can really kind of get it to show up. So yeah. But yeah, that is that area. Of course, now can I? Okay, good. I zoomed out. I was like, don't tell me I'm stuck now. I've zoomed in. There we go. Okay. But yeah, that was, I didn't actually, yeah, I had forgotten that detail, and then when I processed it, I'm like, oh, I recognize that. So yeah, kind of cool. Um, but yeah, so it is. Is this actually going up? It's at 420 and it has stacking failure. Like I say, I'm worried that this is like a branch or something. That would be cool. Let the eagle run all night. Yeah, I'm unfortunately like I have such bad obstructions around here. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably not going to be. I'm definitely not going to be up till 4 in the morning like I was last Friday. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna get a little bit more here. I don't know what else was I gonna do after I did the eagle. I was gonna do, yeah, yeah, yeah. The eagle's pretty cool. Um, and yeah, it when I did a previous round of it, I did process it, and I kind of did like the uh, GHS, the generalized histograms stretch, and generalized, um, and uh, and yeah, I got I ended up really increasing the contrast in that area, and I was pretty happy with it. But I didn't have like as much data as I would have liked to, which is why I'm continuing to go back to that target because I want to get a lot more. Um, okay, it's gone up a bit, so I'm gonna keep it going for a bit. But what other one was I gonna look at? I have. Oh, what was that one? Did I want to actually do this one tonight? There was another one. Yeah, I think the problem. I think I tried to image that one. It was Barnard's Galaxy, and I think the problem was it's a low surface brightness, and so it's gonna not do well here with yeah. So let me look at um what am I looking for? Actually, I was gonna look at the dumbbell maybe. Maybe I want to revisit that after all. Yeah, that might actually be high enough now. But I'm not going to stop the eagle immediately, but okay. Fair enough. Well, good night, Jack. Have a good evening. Um yep. I everybody's still up here right now, so I've got a little bit more time. But thanks for joining. And let me see. Yeah, it's stacking slowly, so I might stop this one soon because I'm afraid like that this artifact in the corner that's got to be like a tree or something. So it might be just kind of barely getting data. That's really unfortunate because I do want to get a lot more of the eagle, but um, but you know maybe end on a high note and get some more of the dumbbell because that one's produces some satisfying uh, data pretty quickly, and maybe that'll be my last stop for the evening because I think unless I risk it and try Oh, what was the one? Actually, there was another one. I forgot about this other one. Yes, I forgot. There was another NGC 6823. Yes, this one's high enough. I'm definitely doing that one next. I think I'm going to stop the eagle here. Or if it goes up, I'll get it to 7 minutes. If it doesn't go up, I'm going, okay. I'll let it get one more frame and then I'm going to NGC 6823. We're at 7 minutes and I totally, yeah, okay. So let me stop that. And then we're going to go to NGC. NGC 6823. It's misleading because it says it's an open cluster, which is a true statement. But that's not the only thing there. There's also a nebula. I think I might go ahead and do the I might go ahead and do the light pollution filter on this just to see how it turns out. I don't remember if I imaged this before. I might have. And this one might actually succeed with a horizontal calibration. And I was able to identify, I was pretty, okay, good. It turned on the light pollution filter. So that answers that question. Okay. It was able to calibrate pretty quickly because there is a star cluster in the middle of that, a small star cluster in the middle of that nebula. So yeah, I'll let that go. I don't think there's anything else I was going to image to the west. Because like Markarian's chain and all that is too low now, I think. So okay, moving to the third. Will it succeed for the third calibration point? And survey says, oh, it did. It did succeed. Cool, finally. Just in time for one of the last objects to image this evening. Yeah. So yeah, this I'm gonna do this one. And maybe I'll just end it at this because I feel like the dumbbell nebula I already got a decent amount of signal for that because I've imaged it now more than once. Let's see. Let us see. I'm just waiting for the first. Oh, it's doing the trailing thing. Like sometimes it'll settle out on its own, but other times it isn't encouraging. It's not off to a good start. such a weird thing. I don't understand. I wonder if people have the same issue with when they do the equatorial mount for the Seestar. I might have to stop it and do the replate solving. That is very frustrating. I don't get it at all. Yeah, I do not understand why that does that. So I'm just gonna move it a little bit and then tell it to go to, and hopefully that'll get it out of that mode. It doesn't solve it all the time, but it does solve it often enough that I keep trying. I keep doing it every time it gets in that mode. Yep. Well, okay. Oh, that was just plate solving, so let me try imaging it. Hopefully that will do the right thing. I don't get why that does that. Maybe I will be doing M27 after all. Okay. Well, it got 10-second frame, which is okay. And it's got 20 seconds, so maybe it's actually going to be stable now. Okay. I'll just let it go. I'll let this go for a bit then. Although I don't know how much it has to get to be a decent amount of data, but I'm going to try. Yeah, so at least that's going. The water bug is up to 26 minutes. Is that still progressing? Or not? 26.5 minutes of data. Will it go to 2640? Yep, it went to 2640. It's still getting data, so that's good. Encouraging. So we are making progress on both Seestars again. And like supposedly there's a nebula around that cluster, but I don't know how faint it is. So we shall see. But I think this will be my last targets for the night. Just because it's getting late and I have to get up at unfortunately, a more normal hour tomorrow. But that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, I need to look at the Discord because wow, these are, yeah, like these photos that were taken with Seestars at much darker skies are really impressive. Yeah. Yeah, just one more object. It's always, I mean, I feel like that's what happened last weekend where it's just the conditions were so good. I mean, that's not the case tonight, at least not here, but last week it was like just one more object. It's too bad I didn't have both of the both of the sea stars going. Although I don't know if the west facing one would have bought me that much. Because that one still, it has a different set of problems than the east than the one that's straight up. Because like I need to be able I need to look at that kind of AC unit window mount. I have the tab still open, but basically to get the telescope out the window so then I could see more of the sky. Because right now, like targets that are above, that are too high, I can't image because the telescope's like looking at the underside of the window or inside the house. And too far to the south, I should be able to see due south, but I can't again until I get it outside the window. Oh, you would have to mention the Veil Nebula, darn it. Because that's what I ended on on that on that one night. But see, I don't think I can see the Veil until much later. Let me see. I forgot. That was my last. I forgot that was my last target last time. 6992 is the East Veil. I'm just making a note in case I don't get to it tonight. It's pretty high, 45 degrees. Let me see. Yeah, it's 46 here, or 45, somewhere around there. But what direction? Oh, it's north. It's a little north of east, which might be okay. Because, like, northeast, I due east, it has to be over 50 degrees. But northeast, it can be lower. It can be like 45 degrees. To be honest, like, this one's kind of underwhelming. So, yeah. I might go ahead and try it. I might try it. Well, we'll try it. So, Veil Nebula it is. Yeah, I think the problem is like that nebula might just be a really low surface brightness and maybe not ideal. I do that all the time. Maybe not ideal for here or not without like hours of data. We will see. Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's yeah, you don't get a whole lot of the veil in one frame. Or the whole complex. I mean, you don't get the whole veil, but let alone the rest of the complex. So we'll see. Yeah. And funny you mentioned that. I forgot. I have that's encouraging. That is very encouraging. I have a what do you call it? So I have like a Star Watcher GTI mount, um, and a small refractor. But I have a uh, and I can use that for star tracking. But I also have like a move like mini tracker, and I had bought it like just before the eclipse, and I've been meaning, I haven't actually used it yet. I need to use that. That would be a good target to use for that. Okay, let's start recording. And let's see what this does. I mean, the last time I shot the veil, or last weekend, it quickly showed. Yeah, I had an older Star Adventurer, but I had a problem with it, and I don't know that I don't think it was the Star Adventurer. It may have been something I did to it. But then I got a GTI, which is, yeah, Star Adventurer GTI, and I use that for a lot of things. Although it's like I push it right to the edge. Like it's supposedly only 10, 11 pound payload, and I've put 11 pounds on it. Yeah, I can start seeing the veil already. Let's see. Yeah, I almost want to recenter it, but I'm not going to push my luck tonight. I mean, I feel like it's already been, things have been iffy. Is the water bug actually? Yeah, it's still progressing. It's up to 3220. So that's good. So yeah, I think I'll end with the veil. I'll do that until I start seeing something of note. Yeah, the star it, I think that was one of the reasons why I went ahead and got the Star Adventurer GTI, because it is a go-to mount, which is nice. It's very nice. But yeah, the strain waves are just that much more expensive, but yeah, they'll be good. Um, but yeah, that Star Adventurer GTI isn't bad. It's just the payload's kind of limited. Um, but it has an app. I mean, it has an app, or you can get a control, kind of one of those controllers where you can punch things in, with a keypad. But it has like built-in Wi-Fi and stuff, so it gets the job done. And that was the thing I used for the eclipse, for my main kind of rig, where I had this camera on my refractor with a white light filter on it, and that's what I kind of recorded the whole eclipse, just about the whole eclipse with it. Yeah, yeah, that's true. That's true. Double the price for. But yeah, I think the problem was I had, yeah, the AM3 or the Skywatcher. That's gonna be the next purchase. Yeah, I mean, hi, Hachi. Um, the Yeah, if you don't expose the comet long enough, you'll just kind of get the densest part of it. And it also, I guess, depends on like how magnified you were. Like if it was like too wide of a view, you just like see the very core of it. Which comet did you try? Was it the 13P or whatever? Yeah, this is starting to get, it's still super noisy, but at least I can start, at least on my screen, I can see some of the colors of the veil. Yeah, but yeah, yeah, at some point, I think a strain wave mount of some sort, probably for similar reasons you want it for the portability. That's a big factor. Also, like I like the idea of you can use it for alt as well. Um, okay, yeah. I mean, I think as far as the comet goes, uh, yeah, I think. I mean, you have to have a little bit of an exposure, I think, to kind of get the rest of the coma. Otherwise, you're just kind of getting the center of the nucleus. Um, yeah, I imagine like with a big sensor like that. Yeah, actually, I mean, like I can check that thanks to the handy dandy. Um, so this is the veil uh, and the field of view with the Seestar. But if we go to an APS-C sensor, yeah, like with a 50 millimeter, I mean, the Seestar is a 50 millimeter. So if you had a telescope like of comparable focal length, yeah, you get the whole darn thing in there. Um, yeah, like the refractor I have is a 75, so I wouldn't get the whole thing. Although if I did full frame, I would get the whole thing. So I'd have to do full frame. But yeah, no, that's great. Um, yeah. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I was hoping to get some tonight, some like, but I forget why I wasn't able to get it. I think by the time I kind of got to it, I was kind of scrambling trying to get everything working, and at that point, I think it was too low. Yeah, yeah, it's gonna look like a star, I think, unless you get a longer exposure. Yeah, yeah, good. Yeah, but yeah, it's let's see how this is doing. Okay, it's up to 4 minutes. Oh, well, thanks for liking. It's always good. Um, helps helps just to kind of push it to other people, I guess, or not. I guess it does. Um, so yeah, thanks for that. But yeah, I'm this is since you joined later. Actually, this one's I think these are the last targets. This one is the water bug galaxy, which has been going for 37 minutes. It's really small, but I have a feeling that's just. I think it's bigger than that. It's just I'm I need to process it to try to see if I can get more of the galaxy. Um, and then on the other Seestar, we've got the Eastern Veil Nebula right here. So, like, that's a nice bright target. And at this point, I think the moon's pretty low, if not about to set. Oh, yeah, it's set. Nice. Great. Finally. Finally. When did it set? Actually, if I looked at my all sky camera, I could tell when it's set. Yeah, yeah. I mean, Yeah, when I looked at it, it looks like with the APS-C and a Red Cat 50, you can get the whole east and west. Now, what was I looking for? Yeah. So I think so that is we're getting there. Yeah, I think no more than I say this all the time, but like no more than 15 more minutes, I think, of the veil. Although I mean, if it's getting stacking errors, I'm not gonna. There's nothing I can do about that. But because I've already taken photos of this last weekend, I mean, it's just more data to help. So it's still good. Still a win, even if I don't get as much as I would like. Yeah, I think I'll go 15 more minutes and then call it a night. But but yeah, I mean, what else was I? Yeah, I think that's. But yeah, as far as telescopes, I have that one refractor. I think a strain wave, and I want to say, oh, sorry, the a new camera. Like, I need another astro camera. Uh, but then yeah, I'm leaning towards one of those like 6 or 8 inch Newtonian type telescopes. I think that would be I think that would be reasonable for what I want to do with it. But probably like a fairly fast Newtonian. Um, yeah, 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 probably. I mean, yeah, I mean, the one thing I've thought about doing is just kind of making do like like the other thought I've had is like astro modifying one of my like Canon cameras, but they're not cooled. So then part of me's like, well, I'll just get a cooled astro camera. Um, yeah, yeah. I have some pretty. I, I have two mirrorless cameras, two Canon mirrorless, and one of them is like like I mean I got it within the last 6 months or so, but it's like I think it was released in 2023, so it's a pretty it's like one of the newer Canons, and so yeah, it's low light is it's not as good as some of the Sonys with low light, but it's pretty good. I've been pretty surprised, and I've been pretty pleased with like shooting video and pointing it at the sky even in Houston, and I'm like, wow, it can see a lot like in video. Um but yeah, I thought about like the older one I have of astro modifying it, but at that point like I might as well just get like um a cooled color astro camera. Yeah, I mean, I know some of those rebels like people have gotten some of those. I don't know if it's that specific one, but I know I've seen people um, getting them astro modified and getting really, like I say, I'm not sure if it was that specific rebel, but I've seen some astro modified rebels that produced really great results. Um, and then yeah, yeah, I have two DSLRs, Canon DSLRs, and one does video and one doesn't. but the one that did video was like, it was kind of like a mid-level DSLR. So, and even then, like the video was like, okay. Yeah. Yeah. I've thought about it. Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing. Like the new sensors, like the noise is just, it's amazing how little, how not noisy they are at, you know, decent ISOs. Oh, right. Yeah. Um, yeah, and I don't remember what the difference was, but I do remember like some subtle version differences that actually made a big difference. Um, oh, that's a bummer. Uh, past the return date. Yeah. Yeah, there's been a few times where I've purchased something and it was like I got the wrong one, and I was, by the time I realized it, the worst time. Yeah, there's been a few times where like I was busy, and or even worse, like I was busy and the thing, I hadn't even pulled it out of the box, and by the time I pulled it out of the box I realized it was the wrong one and it was too late. Um but yeah, I think one shot color camera cooled, like one of those ones. I think we're talking about the IMX whatever 585 um or 583, and with like a narrowband filter, like dual narrowband. And I think, yeah, with the one refractor I have, because I have uh, a quadruplet, or is it a pes whatever. It's a reasonable one, and yeah, I think the camera, I think I can make do with the mount. Although again, the mount would be good, a better mount, like the strain wave, and then a bigger refractor. Like I say, I mean a refractor, a Newtonian probably. Because the other thing I thought of is like, well, maybe I mean, if cost were no object, I was like, well, maybe a hyperstar kind of, um, like a Celestron, an SET with a hyperstar. But that I may just stick with a Newtonian with like a corrector, since those. I mean, like people talk about the obstructions and stuff, and like the what do you call it, the diffraction spikes, but like a lot of professional, most, I mean all professional scopes have that. So um yeah, it's I think I just want something with more light gathering, and then since I have to do narrow band, try to, and then just because I can't image all night, I can only image a given target for a little bit. I guess that's why I was thinking of just kind of getting something a little bit, well, yeah, 6 to 8 inch, but we'll see. Probably not, in the cards for a while, but we'll see. Although, if if anybody wants to, if High Point Scientific ever sent me something, I wouldn't turn it down. um, but yeah, it's not going to happen anytime soon, probably. And plus, even if, I mean, realistically, the weather's so lousy here, I feel like I wouldn't even be. I I feel like for me to really take that next step of, not next step, but to get some of the things on my wish list, I feel like I'd have to be in a position where I knew I'd be able to go like to dark skies on a regular basis, because otherwise I'd feel like, you know, I'd have this nice scope that's just sitting in my kind of workroom downstairs. Um, so yeah, but so that might not be. I mean, that alone is enough to probably mean it's months away. But who knows? Maybe fall. Maybe fall I'll be able to think about it again. Um, I mean, think about like seriously think about getting some of that. And plus, by then maybe that Skywatcher strain wave, the Skywatcher strain wave mounts will be out, because I really want that. I really would like to have that 100 one, that the one that has dual saddles. Um, but yeah. Let's see. Yeah, we're up to. I mean, this is like you can really see like there's definitely colors here, so that's good. Definitely some structure, so making progress. It's funny, even though this one's up to 45 minutes, this target is just maybe it's just that small. It's but I'll keep it going until the streams, until I'm ready to call it a night. I think next stream I need to make sure I have more to drink handy, because it starts getting. But yeah, like as far as the, I know I've showed this before, but for those who don't know, like the Skywatcher Wave 100. Yeah. Yeah, this is the one I really want to get. The Wave 100. Just because, like I say, it's the second mount, or the second saddle, that I really like that idea. There was somewhere I actually saw, was it on, whose website was that? Maybe it was on one of the websites. They had a, sorry, maybe it was a Gina Astro. Seestar is in stock. I remember in the beginning, like it was kind of hard to get your hands on them, or like you had to wait a while. Okay, Wave 100. There was somewhere where I saw somebody actually had the Wave 100, and they actually had photos of it with multiple scopes. But yeah, it was. Nope. I remember seeing it somewhere, but I'm like, see, that's exactly that's what I want. Anyway, but yeah, that one I think, and then the what is it? The what were we talking about? The a refractor. Oops, I keep hitting that. Didn't mean to. Okay. Like that one, was it a Sharp Star? Yeah. Man, those are not cheap. How big is that one? Wow. Yeah, that is not a cheap telescope. This yeah, see that's the kind of thing I would want, but 1800 bucks. But I mean then again, you know, Schmidt Cassegrains aren't cheap. 5-inch f2.8. That is fast. And then what was the other one? What was another one? Oh, this one. This one's $2,000. Oh, that's got the corrector built in. That's what the difference is. So these are 5-inch ones. Well, that's cool, but 1800 bucks. It's definitely not a cheap, not a cheap hobby if you're, once you, yeah, it rapidly can get out of hand. But yeah, something like that, that would be cool, but that's not going to happen for a while. Oh, okay. Sorry. But yeah, there's some cool ones. Uh, oh, and it was, oh, that was the one. That was the one. It wasn't the Sharp Star. It was this one, the Apertura Carbon Star, and that one is only 1,000, only 950 bucks. But look at that. You can get the whole rosette in one shot. Nice. Wow. So 6-inch f4. That's not bad. And it has the corrector. Yeah, so maybe something like that. But how much does this weigh? The only reason I'm wondering is just if I could. Yeah. Um, that looks cool. Yeah, 10 pounds. Yeah, I was just hypothetically trying to figure out if I could get it to work with my existing mount, but nah. That would be, I mean, by the time you add an imaging to like a camera to it. Now the one thing, if I remember correctly, was this the one? It had a limit on the sensor you could use on it. Or was that it? Like, yeah, so it's up to, yeah, they say not that it's not ideal for APS-C sensors, but like micro four thirds sensors or smaller work well with it. Um, but yeah, that was one. That was one I think. When I saw that one, that kind of caught my eye, kind of around the price point and the size I would want. But yeah, two of those. No, just one of those with a better camera. That would be nice. I don't know why like the chat sometimes are are like the chat just updated for me like from the last 13 minutes. So I'm was rambling and I had no idea. Okay, yeah, the Sonys can run at any ISO without, yeah. The Canon I have, it's the R8. It's not quite that extreme, but it's pretty good. Like I was surprised that I could get into the tens of thousands without it being too terrible. Yeah, one with a wide lens, one telescope friend was doing all the photography. Yeah. Why is this not scrolling? The player one. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think like that's the IMX 585. That's the chip I think I was looking at. Yeah. Um yeah, that like they have one there's one that's 800 that but it doesn't have the corrector. Yeah, it's $800 without the coma corrector, but 950 with the coma corrector. I would probably get the one with the coma corrector, just yeah, reduced. And that's good. That's good to know. That he used the 2600 MC Duo, because that's basically what I would probably use with it, just to avoid having to do a separate guiding setup. Oops. Hello. Hi, Tariq. Tariq. How are you? Good morning, good evening, or whatever, whatever time it is. At whatever time it is for you. It's almost 2 a.m. here, so I'm fading. But I probably thanks for joining. I'll probably be ending things before too long. I've been going for a few hours now. How long have I been going? 4.5 hours. No. Yeah, almost 4.5 hours. Oh boy. Not quite like last weekend where it was like it was 6.5 hours, I think was the final. I mean, the conditions were just so good I couldn't stop. But the problem was my body was not happy with me sitting in this chair for that long. I was joking about, I think on one of the streams, probably in the middle of the night, that I need like a recliner, but after the next day I was like, I was joking, but now I'm feeling like I do need a recliner here. But yeah, I think that would be a cool telescope to have as a, yeah. But yeah, that's a, like I say, I feel like I would have to be in a position where I would have time to kind of get out of the city to like really put it through its paces. A bigger scope like that. I mean, because like that's the nice thing about this. I mean, for me, again, I always talk about it. The nice thing about the Seestar is I can just put it out there for an hour, for a few hours, and get something. Whereas I feel like the bigger one, I'd be less likely to do that, which is another reason why. I don't know. I need to think about that more. But the Veil's coming along nicely. Meanwhile, the water bug galaxies, whatever, it's going. But the Veil's turning out nicely. I definitely want to. Maybe next time. Maybe tomorrow I don't do. Maybe tomorrow, if I do both Seestars, if I have a stream and I do both Seestars, maybe they'll both be in the wet on the east, and then I can try to get two shot, have both of them going at the Veil at the same time. We'll see. Yeah. So yeah, I think, yeah, I believe I said I wouldn't go. I would only go till like basically 1:45. Now I think, okay, I'm definitely gonna go only like 5 more minutes, or maybe I keep saying that. Maybe I'll go a little longer. No, I'll start kind of thinking about wrapping it up in the next 5 minutes, because that means the water bug will be close to an hour and the veil will be getting close to half an hour, assuming they don't have any stacking issues. So yeah, we'll because that would be good. That would give me a good amount of signal. I mean, a good amount of data that I can do something with maybe tomorrow or early next week when it's raining. Yeah. So making progress. But yeah, having two Seestars going, it's yeah, I need to, yeah. Like I say, if I do two Seestars tomorrow, I'll do both of them in the kind of in the back, and then just have them going at different targets on the same target. Because then that would give me an opportunity to get more of the eagle and more of everything. Or I could, yeah, because the moon will be out. I could have one pointed at the moon in the beginning. The other one can be doing something else. So yeah, I think that's a plan. If I have one tomorrow. Otherwise, I will not have one tomorrow. And I think it was saying like the long range forecast is it might actually be cleared next. Will it be clear next weekend too? Yeah, it might actually be clear next weekend because we're going to have that rain here in the beginning of the week. But if it's clear next weekend, then I could do another live observing stream on Friday or Saturday, which would be cool. Yeah, yeah. So are you, Wiley site? Are you still pointing at? Are you still imaging the eagle? Because yeah, I think I'm gonna start winding down because I think my my brain's starting to shut down. Wow, look at some of these, like the artifacts. Yeah, for our streaming. Yeah, I mean, I'm sitting here, I'm talking. I don't know. So, 11 a.m. Where are you located? 11 a.m. 11 a.m. So that's 7 hours ahead in Europe, like on the continent. Morning. Okay, you're on the Veil as well. Cool. But oh wait, no, 11. That's 9 hours ahead. Oh, UAE. Wow. Well, what greetings for thanks for joining. Thanks for joining this. But yeah, UAE. Never been there. I thought about yeah. Yeah, I haven't been there. Oh yeah, I mean, I usually do see the live observing streams aren't consistent because it's dependent on the weather, and I'm in Houston, Texas, so it rains. Like we have a lot of rain and cloudy weather. But like if I do a live observing stream, I usually start I mean, so yeah, it was like yeah, yeah, so it would have been like 5 hours ago, 4.5 hours ago your time. I mean, so like 7 a.m. your time. Um, but mostly if I'm doing non-observing live streams, it's earlier. It's like 7 p.m. or it's potentially in the afternoon. Sometimes I do like Saturday afternoon ones. Um, but yeah, like yeah, go ahead and subscribe because I do when the weather cooperates, I do live observing streams and they often go. I mean, like last weekend, I had a 4 hour one, or last Thursday, like a week ago, Thursday, I had a 4 hour stream, and the next day was like a 6 hour stream. And then I did a third stream, but it was like 2 hours because like my body couldn't handle it anymore. Um, so yeah, the setup is, so I have two Seestar S50s going, which are the little smart telescopes, and one is pointed at the Veil Nebula in Cygnus, and the other one is this like water bug galaxy. I think it's NGC 5033. So it's yeah what was it, NGC 5033. Let me, so it's actually I don't know why I ended up imaging that because that was like such a small target, but this is what it looks like in Stellarium. So you can kind of tell like that's what I'm imaging. But I've got an hour of data. I think I've imaged it before, so I'm gonna kind of combine them and try to get more. I mean, it's not going to look like that photo from Stellarium, but try to get some more detail in it. Yeah, you're welcome. But usually I'm live streaming with, or when I'm doing observing sessions, I'm using the Seestar. I have two of them, so sometimes things work and I'm able to get both of them working. Oh, and then the other camera, the thing in the lower right, is an all sky camera that it's like a Raspberry Pi and a Pi camera with some like all sky software from GitHub running on it. And so it's actually, if I switch to it, like you can see it's basically like the camera is sitting on the ground looking up kind of at the Seestar, which I have like on a tripod from the I think that's from my Skywatcher GTI mount, Star Adventurer GTI. It's from that mount. But I took the head off of it and I have the Seestar on it. Just because it gives me a little bit more altitude, height, so I'm not like on the ground. Yeah, yeah. The skies. Yeah, I'm actually having clear skies today. It was cloudy earlier. I mean, partly cloudy, and at the beginning of the stream there were clouds going through, which was not. I was a little concerned that it would be kind of. Whoa. That's not good. I was a little worried that there'd be nothing on the I managed to quit my browser. But see, that's the beautiful thing about like this setup. I like a lot of it's not dependent on my computer. Yeah, it's I mean, there's other tripods you can get, but definitely it's nice to have a tripod where I'm not like where it's not like right by the ground. and I have it connected to a what do you call it? Oh man, it's late. I'm just my thoughts. Sorry, my thought processes are um, like I have a long USB cable. Like sometimes you'll see an orange cable there, a long USB cable that's plugged uh, into the Star Adventure. I mean, into the Seestar, and then it's plugged into like one of those portable power stations. So that way I can run all night without worrying about like if I have to run the dew heater on it and stuff. It won't have issues. Um, but yeah, I definitely having another tripod is handy. And like the other one, this one, so that one is sitting there, kind of in the backyard, but I have like all these buildings around me. So yeah, I mean they like they'll call them like what do they call them? It's like solar generators or whatever is one of the brand marketing names they call them. But basically, it's like a like a 300 watt hour like portable, like they're about this big, not like the like a little portable lithium ion with an inverter. But what was I? Oh yeah, like so the one so the Veil this Veil Nebula photo. This is being taken by the telescope that you can see in the all sky camera, but this other one is that's taking a photo of this galaxy. The telescope's literally in my window, and or in the window. There's a tripod where like one of the legs of the tripod's like hanging out the window, and so it's kind of like leaning in the window in an open window, and that's so I can like take photos to the west, because like otherwise I can't take photos to the west from my backyard because of buildings, and then to the east I'm kind of restricted by other buildings. So mostly that's why the camera looks like it's looking straight up, because it's basically looking straight up, because that's the only part of the sky I can actually image. Um, so it's complicated. It's definitely rigged. Kind of not straightforward setup, um, but yeah, the west, that camera that's literally in the window is a recent thing. See, I don't know why this one thing is behind, because I just saw the chat in another window. Yeah, the lithium. Well, actually, I think some of them are lithium iron phosphate, but like I think some of them are actually lithium ion, which isn't necessarily ideal, but anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah, it's funny. I do what do you call it? Astrophotography, obviously, but because it's cloudy here a lot, I will jump on other people's live streams because it's nice. It's nice kind of getting to see stuff. And yeah, I mean for me here, I mean I'm in a horribly light polluted city. I'm in Houston, like in the city of Houston, like in central Houston. So I've got like borderline skies. Um, so I'm pretty pleased that I'm able to get these kind of photos from here. Um, yeah. So I mean, and that the nice thing about the Seestar is it's so portable. Like you can just kind of put it outside, um, for a short imaging session, like for an hour or two, or like I have it sitting out my window, hanging out the window. Um, but yeah, yeah. Let me. Yeah, I mean that's fair. Like having lots of for hours. I mean the one good thing is, I mean, like here it's, you know, it's hot right now. It's like it gets up to, like, what's the temperature here now? I mean it's not quite, let's see. It's I mean, like, it's 26 Celsius here right now. It gets up into the mid 30s. Like, heat index is past 40 probably. Um so, and we have mosquitoes. It's like really humid here, so I put the thing outside, and it's great because then I don't have to go outside. Um but yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, seeing the results other people get with the same telescope and darker skies, it's definitely would be nice to get things more quickly. But you know, I do what I can with what I have. But um, at some point, I'll get out to a dark sky and do some more imaging. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know it's I mean, we can be competitive with those numbers sometimes. Like it was last summer was pretty bad here. Like yeah, it was over 40 like every day. Um for like, I mean, the actual temperature was over 40 every day. Um for like weeks and no rain. It was pretty hot. And then with like the humidity, the heat index ends up really brutal here. Yeah, yeah. Where are you from? Um, but yeah, it's yeah, yeah, there's some areas of Texas, because I do remember years ago, like looking at a newspaper. That shows you how many years ago it was. I uh I remember looking at like the high temperatures around the world, and like it was a warmer summer here, but it was interesting because there weren't a lot of cities that were warmer. Like there were some, yeah, like Saudi Arabia, uh I think, yeah, like, of course, in the US, Phoenix, Arizona was hotter cuz it's always hot there. And yeah, it wasn't like, and like there were a small number of places in the world that were warmer. Um yeah. Yeah, that there are some, yeah. I mean, I remember, yeah, I was in California somewhere, in Needles, California, and it was about that hot. That was pretty crazy. But yeah, I mean, yeah, but yeah, it's not pleasant. um the only thing that makes it, yeah, yeah, Saudi Arabia. Um I remember but yeah, it's it's not as hot here, but it can be like, especially where I am, it can be very humid, like 100% humidity every morning. Um, so the heat index ends up like, yeah, the heat index. I remember once I was out and about, and I started feeling kind of lightheaded, and then I was talking to my mom later, and she's like, "Oh yeah, it was like the heat index was like in the 50s Celsius, like it was 130 or something." And I'm like, "Oh, that's why I was feeling lightheaded." Yeah. I mean, yeah, because like the uh, Persian Red Sea, all that. Yeah, that's I. Yeah, I've. Oh yeah, no. I mean, you like here. Whenever we have issues, they have like cooling centers and stuff, like where people, because it becomes like, especially for, yeah, if for the elderly, it becomes like pretty dangerous very quickly. Um, yeah, but yeah, it is unpleasant here. It's not as hot, but it's not. I mean, we have probably more cloud cover and stuff, but it's certainly not pleasant. Um, but yeah. Um, let's see what else. Um, yeah, cool. Yeah, I've never been to I've never been to still with it just regular setup. Not I haven't been to any of the anywhere in the Middle East. Um, but I do have. I'm looking at it. I do have a Starbucks mug from Oman. It's a story behind that, but I do have a Starbucks mug from Oman. Um, I didn't get it, but somebody gave it to me. Uh, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna. Yeah, it is funny because like I've never been to UAE or yeah, but I've known people who have for various reasons. Um, Either they were kind of traveling through the area, or like because like Houston oil and gas business, there's like people always going to various places. Uh, yeah, yeah. Well, that's you've been here once, and I haven't. That's one more than I've been to anywhere in that in the area you are now with either UAE or yeah. But but yeah, it's I'm fading here because it's like after 2 in the morning. But the good thing is, I've gotten 40 solid minutes of the Cygnus of the East Vale, and I'm actually past an hour. I'm really surprised that that artifact didn't go away, but I've gotten over an hour of this galaxy, so I'm making progress. But I do think so. I do think I'm gonna wrap it up here. I'm before I that would be an interesting thing. Like just see how incoherent I become as I go. Yeah, Yeah, definitely. Thank you for joining. I might actually be going live tomorrow night. I'm not sure yet. But uh, but I might be going live. Yeah, thank you. Thanks. Thanks for joining. Uh, uh, yeah. I'm becoming less coherent as the moments go by, but yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap it up. Um, before yeah, I've 42 minutes of the veil. Yeah, I've gotten 41 minutes, so I'm probably gonna stop it right after the stream's over. Yeah, and yeah, thank you. Good night, and like and subscribe, all that stuff. And thanks to everybody who joined. If you're watching this afterwards, and I will see you maybe tomorrow, or if not, in some future video. Thanks for joining. Uh, good night. Bye. Good night. Bye.